As we get ourselves ready and overcome a few technical difficulties. Just a reminder that this is being live streamed. We welcome councillors and we welcome staff and any members of the public tuning in live stream. And to open up our workshop today, I'd like to ask Councillor Waru to do our karakia, please.
Kei nui tātou. He honore he korore ki te atua e maunga arongo ki te whenua he whakaaropa i ngā tāngata katoa āmini. Anga maira e te atua he ngā ko hau ki roto ki tēnā ki tēnā o mātou. Hare hiti a mana ki te amai mātou, i roto i a mātou mahi katoa. E pā e ihoa e orana e manana i ngā tau mutunga kore. Tēnei rā te kupu whakamutunga ki a koe. Watu rā te kaha ki te kapa o pango ki a Wikitoria. Tēnei mātou inui atu nei. Āmini.
Ngā mihi nui, Councillor Waru. So, welcome to our next phase of our long-term plan workshop planning sessions. We are going to take the next 2 days to go through this phase, today the 17th and tomorrow the 18th of October. So welcome to this workshop. I'll just set the scene for you a little bit and explain what we're going to do in this session. So I'll give you a brief summary of the long-term plan journey so far, and then we'll cover our community outcomes. After that, we'll have our staff come to the table. Una will overview what the game plan for the session is, and then we'll kick into our projects. Now, the projects in progress are the proposals that we will then be able to have a bit of a discussion on. And then through a majority support, we'll see if those proposals will move to the next phase of the consultation document. Now, just remembering that at this stage, the proposals are not being formally approved. They are only being supported by majority to go into the consultation document. Once that consultation document comes back to us with the community feedback, we will then formalise through a vote whether we approve the proposals or not, and they may and are likely to be changed after receiving feedback from the community. We welcome all the councillors. I only have one apology today from Councillor Kiriopa, who will be arriving shortly. As this is a workshop, we won't have formal standing orders, but what I do ask is that when we do have our presenters, that we let them get through your discussions, your thoughts and your questions on what the proposals are, so that we collectively can agree on what will go through to the next stage. So if I can recap on the journey for the LTP so far. So, thank you. So these are the workshops that we have had already. We've had a workshop on setting the scene, where we overviewed what the long-term plan is and how we're going to go about developing it. We then had a workshop about the council priority areas of economy and housing. So this is looking at what has been done, of course, already, what is currently being delivered, and then what is possible moving forward. We also did that for the community and infrastructure priority areas. All of that, those live streams and the information is also available on the website. Now, we also had a session with councillors only on our visioning to set the community outcomes. So I'll be pleased to share those with you all. Thank you to the councillors that provided some feedback after into finalising those community outcomes too. But as we present them today, this is also your opportunity to provide any last feedback before we formalise those community outcomes going through to our long-term plan. So again, the community outcomes is really the opportunity for us to say, well, what will success look like? What do we want to achieve? After those 10 years, what will our community feel like? What will it look like? So to consider what actually makes Rotorua a better place for the people who live here, and of course for the people who visit. So community outcomes do look to cover the 4 pillars of social, cultural, environmental and economic. So we have our community outcomes of active. So we have a number of community outcomes. These were collated based on feedback from councillors. The staff then put that feedback into a lovely little statement for us, And of course, myself and you as the council have had the opportunity to review it. So these are the things that we've come back as important for what success will look like at the end of 10 years. So the first community outcome was active. The accessibility, in quote, the accessibility of our lakes, forests, open space networks and the quality of our facilities create opportunities for everyone to be active throughout their lives. Now, what I suggest, as I believe we have 9 community outcomes, is as we go through them, we'll just take any questions or further feedback, and then if happy, we'll approve that just by a look around the table and saying yes, and then we'll go into the next one. So is there any feedback on this active community outcome? Nope. Okay, we'll go to our next one, safety. Our communities, businesses and visitors feel safe across our district. Yep, straightforward. Tangata whenua aspirations. We recognise and support the aspirations of tangata whenua and partner to grow economic and social opportunities and benefits for everyone. Yep, Councillor Waru.
I only have one small thing that I would like to add to that, and it's just differentiating tangata whenua and mana whenua. So aspirations of tangata whenua and mana whenua. Keep going. Okay. Is that? I'll just put that on the table for.
Could I, if you don't mind, could I seek your advice on whether what would be the more appropriate description of either tangata whenua or mana whenua?
I think mana whenua is just the more specific term. Tangata whenua is still good. I'm not saying take that off. I'm just saying that aspirations of tangata whenua / could be mana whenua as well.
Yeah.
And partner to grow economic and social opportunities and benefits for everyone.
Okay.
Because there is a difference. So I just thought, put that forward for consideration.
Yeah, thank you. Would you be comfortable if the tangata whenua aspirations remain the title, but we added in the words beneath tangata dash mana whenua, or would you like it tangata dash mana whenua in both? And we do want it to be correct.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy with support the aspirations of tangata whenua and mana whenua and partner. So okay. Just add in and mana whenua.
Oh, we'll take
just trying to align it more with the legislation and also with RMA. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waru. Yep, we've got a thumbs up from our Te Aroha Partnerships exec. Were there any further points on tangata whenua aspirations? Yes, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I can't support that one on the grounds that it's firstly discriminatory and secondary, we've been elected to act in the best interests of the district, the whole district, and so...
Which mana whenua are a part of?
Sure, and we don't single out cricket clubs at this level either, or any other parts of the community. I'm
sorry, Councillor Lee, it actually says that, and also in the legislation. So that's what I'm trying to align it to. Kia ora.
Thank you. Look, Councillor, you have shared your concern on that before, so thank you for your consistent feedback. However, Councillor Waru is also very correct. We do have within legislation of the Local Government Act a responsibility to acknowledge and engage, I believe is the correct word, with iwi Māori, with tangata whenua. So also bearing in mind that this feedback has come from councillors, and we do have iwi entities and also tangata whenua within Rotorua that are significant landowners, but also a part of our economy and a part of our housing and social opportunities. So you will note that in there it's and partner to grow economic and social opportunities and benefits for everyone. And so I think that encompasses that that there is not a lose situation from this. There is only opportunities to gain. But is there any other feedback on this? And then I'll just confirm that we have a majority to support that remaining. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do note that the actual title has changed from what it was previously, which was respect for tangata whenua. I think this is far more apt. The aspirations is a far better descriptive term than the way it was phrased before. So absolutely support that.
Thank you very much. And through all these community outcomes, although they are just succinct sentences, we have done our best to incorporate the intentions and aspirations of councillors and, again, what we wish to achieve and what success would look like. So thank you. If there are no further comments on this, I'll just have a look around the table to see if there is majority support for this. You can just nod your head or something. Yep. Yep.
With the amendment?
Yes, yes. Sorry, staff have noted that. Tangata and mana whenua. Okay, well, that clearly has the majority support, but thank you, Councillor Lee, for sharing your concerns. We'll move to the next community outcome of housing. All residents have access to a range of housing options that ensures they can live in quality homes that are safe and healthy. Yep.
Sorry, is that all residents of New Zealand or all residents of Rotorua?
Well, a resident is someone who lives here. So if they want to live here, they have housing options. And they'll be quality, safe and healthy.
Yes. So my reservations in that respect are that we have an ambitious social housing program which, in my view, is at odds with our ambitions to be a flourishing tourist destination. So I have a caution on that one.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Brown.
Just a thought, do we want to have a nod towards affordable in this statement? I'm not sure.
Thank you. Affordable was raised during the workshops. Yes, we would love to have affordable, but I think some of the feedback from councillors also was that we don't want it to just be things like social housing, and that affordability is very hard for the council to determine. What our role is to make sure that we are partnering with those who do build homes, that we're providing good guidelines to them, and that where appropriate, we are making sure that we can partner to ensure that those homes are healthy and meet standards and regulations. Its safety is also a big part of reflecting the desire of council to have safety across our neighbourhoods and across our district. But thank you. I wonder if there's any other thoughts on the word affordable or not. Councillor Kaifong?
Yeah, I was happy for the word affordable to be deleted because I think that if we have a range of housing options, then it's the question of supply rather than us trying to promote, one end of the market or the other. It's a whole range of housing options, which I felt that this was a better outcome for us.
I'd love to have the word affordable in there, but I don't think we can dictate what the market does, but I think having access to a range would cover that, I think. Also take Councillor Lee's point on the residents. And as long as we're clear about what that means, then I'm fully supportive.
Why don't we amend that, Councillor Waru, so that it says all Rotorua residents? Yeah, I would suggest that.
I think it's self-explanatory.
I don't think it's self-explanatory in light of Kāinga Ora using a nationwide register to put people into social housing in Rotorua.
So just to remind you that these are Rotorua community outcomes, that this is the success of what Rotorua will look like. It is implied that every single one of these is about Rotorua. Otherwise you could put Rotorua, you could just repeat Rotorua in every single community outcome. Yep. Councillor Patterson? Oh, sorry. O'Brien. I did have Councillor Patterson though.
I don't know which one of us is more offended, Your Worship, but that might be the best compliment. Or yeah, I'll need to talk to you about that later on. I don't support any changes. When we say all residents, yes, we mean people that But I also would think about people that whakapapa to Rotorua. I have members of my family that, for employment reasons, have had to move outside of Rotorua, but would love to come back one day. I personally, I'm quite happy with the current wording on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, Councillor Patterson, did you have? Okay. Yes, Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Personally, I would prefer to have the word affordable in there as well. I think from what we've seen with the housing assessments done, clearly there's a sector that there's a very great need in the community for, and that is affordable and single to double room dwellings. So personally, I would be I would favour the word affordable in there as well, and that doesn't exclude still having that access to a range of housing options. But as a council, obviously we don't, like Councillor Waru said, we don't dictate, but we can advocate and we can highlight this need within our community. And I'm very comfortable with having all residents there. I think if Councillor Lee was going to single out tangata whenua as an issue in the last point, for him to try and single out all just Rotorua residents in housing would be a bit ironic. So I think we support all residents and would like to see include affordable housing options as well.
Okay, thank you for your feedback. Just a reminder to councillors, if you could please just stay focused on the issue and not the person. But Councillor Lee, as you have been mentioned, do you have a reply to?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see...
Just to further elaborate on what you're trying to achieve with your suggestion.
I don't see the irony that Councillor Wang sees. We have a specific problem that Kāinga Ora sees fit to, has a policy which sees fit to house people from all over New Zealand. So that's the nature of my concern there. In my view, adjectives are not helpful in a formal legal visionary kind of document. Adjectives belong in Mills and Boon and such other media narratives that that may be intended to sell newspapers, but they don't really belong in a formal document like this. So obviously the word affordable is an adjective to describe a certain kind of housing, and as Councillor Waru says, we can't dictate what sort of housing options that there are there.
Okay, thank you. I think we've had some good discussion on this. It appears we have majority support to keep it as the all residents, not singling out Rotorua. Just some thoughts from myself on that. We need to be really mindful that we are very lucky that people choose to come and live here in Rotorua, that we attract the skills that they bring, that we attract the talents and the aspirations that they bring as well. And I know, certainly in my role as mayor, when we have citizenship ceremonies and I hear about people that have come from all over the world and how grateful they are to live here and to contribute, I wouldn't want to give a signal to them that we're anything but a welcoming community for them. So I would also be quite happy leaving it at all residents. We do have one piece to finalise though, which is whether or not we include the word affordable in. So I might just do a quick show of hands whether you wish this to remain as it is. As is. Okay, so that is majority. Yep, thank you very much. That majority will keep it as is. We won't include affordable in here. However, we do note that of course would be a strong desire. But I think that is covered in the range of housing options. And of course, the projects that are to come is where we can look at how we actually deliver and support affordable housing. So thank you. We'll move on to the next one. So this is employment and economy. We enable businesses to grow with confidence through increasing investment opportunities. there are employment options across a range of sectors. Any feedback to this one? No? All good, I'm being told? Great, next one. Tourism. We are a world-class destination with a vibrant inner city and a positive reputation. Tick, tick, tick. Great, next one. Environment, Mauri Wai. We are committed to protecting and improving our lakes, waterways and forest environments. Yep, Councillor Woody.
I think it's only just in text, it's just the Mauri Way thing, it only refers to the way, water. So it's got lakes, waterways and forests environments, so maybe it's just Mauri Taiao or something like that to make a little change there.
Mauri
Just to
Taiao.
make it correct, yeah.
Yep.
So,
The well-being of the environment.
of the environment.
Yep.
Suggestion.
Yes, so Mauri Wai was one of the categories that came through the councillor feedback. So if councillors are fine for that to also go wider to incorporate not only just well-being, Mauri being well-being, Wai being water, incorporate Mauri Taiao, which would be well-being of the environment in whole.
And I only pick up on it because it's got forests in there as well. So
Didn't you say that if you have healthy water, you have healthy land? Is that how that works?
it's Mauri Way, Mauri Whenua, Mauri Tangata. So it's meant to really show that all those three things are
So
one
Taiao
and the
would
same.
be fine.
So Taiao would cover.
Cool.
Taiao is the environment.
Cool. Works for everyone. Oh, everyone? Close enough?
My only thought is it stands on its own, but it also counterbalances the farming community, which have competing interests in a sense. So if you pursue one to its death, it may cause the death of the other, and so it's how to achieve a balance is more of my concern. I don't know if Councillor Barker has a thought on that.
I do. As someone who actually works and runs a farm, a lot of farmers are actually following these things now. For the the vast majority are. So I think it wouldn't be any kaupapa that would be have any adverse effects on the rural community. I think it's something we all want. We all want a good environment. Now Councillor Barker might have something.
Agree with your comments there too. Most farmers and landowners are very aware of the environment and the contribution that we make to it and work very hard. But it is wise to be mindful of the balance as well, and so any decisions and commentary around those things should be balanced out so that people's livelihoods are also considered in the mix. So yeah, I agree with both comments. Thank you.
I just wonder whether we're going far enough. I agree with what's there, but I wonder we've got reserves that are full of have weeds that are creeping into them, wild cherries, Japanese honeysuckle and the likes, our visit. But so I think there's work that of the properties that we control could be looked after better. I don't think that encompasses that part of what I'm thinking, parks and reserves, but I'm not sure what the change would need to be to make it all encompassing without it being over the top.
What about green spaces? Because it pretty much covers, when you use that term green space, it covers parks, reserves, playgrounds.
Also, if I could just add, just thinking back, ki ngā kōrero Aotearoa for the when they presented kōrero from the FDS talking about restoration. Is there scope enough in there to, we are committed to restoring, protecting and improving our lakes or something? I don't know where it would fit, but I think you might know what I'm talking about there, Councillor Brown.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, if that's all right, I thought improving cover restoration, that gives you enough scope to restore, in my mind.
That's why I was just asking
Yeah,
the
no,
question.
good question, but
So if we amend that to at the end say and forest, we could take out environment and say and forest and green, oh wait, lakes, waterways, comma, forest and green spaces. Yep. Okay, I'm doing it.
Go away.
I'm sure the staff are doing it. I'm doing a running notes here as well. Forest and green spaces. Great, and also just a reminder too, we did have the active, not sure, Robert, if you could flick back to the active one. Although I totally get what you're saying, it mentions open spaces but not around the protection. But just as a reminder, that's what we've got. So we have talked about accessibility, we have mentioned open space networks and the quality, but we hadn't specifically mentioned around the protecting and improving. So just so that we can see we have also, yeah. Good, okay. Thank you, and now we will flick forward back to the next one.
Just a question to Councillor Brown. So you're happy that improving gives us enough scope? Come on.
Cool. Connected and resilient. Our communities are prepared for the effects of climate change and natural hazards, and we invest in safe and reliable infrastructure. Oh, wait, sorry. That's supposed to say our communities are cohesive and prepared. So this was feedback from Councillor Patterson, that we include the word cohesive as well. So that would say our communities are cohesive and prepared. Any further comments on this one? I just want to say that I really like that we are making this a community outcome. We've seen, you know, what has happened elsewhere with the impacts of flooding in Auckland, with Cyclone Gabrielle in places like the Hawke's Bay and East Coast, and resilience, I think, is really important for us to plan for and prepare our community for. And I do also really love that connected could mean a variety of things. Connected going to one of our core priorities of the safe and reliable infrastructure on all things, whether that's roads, whether it's water, and then of course connected as a people with cohesive communities, which was a good suggestion from Councillor Patterson. Any other comments? No, kapai. And then finally, yes.
The amendment will be?
Yes.
Kia ora.
We have got that in. Arts and culture. Rotorua's unique cultural identity is the foundation for attracting and delivering a diverse range of multicultural events, increasing activity and driving economic benefits within our facilities and for our district. So this was a interesting community outcome to come to, because we had a desire from councillors to focus on events and venues. We've had a desire to promote those, but also to make sure that our facilities are operating, you know, in a way that's best for our community, that there is potential for commercial, respecting that there is also, you know, sports and community groups that wish to use it, while wanting to recognise that as we grow that as an opportunity, it does have wider benefits for our economy, tourism, locals, jobs, hospitality. So this is probably the longer one, but it's managed, I think, to pull together, and of course the acknowledging the unique cultural identity and also the multicultural events as well. So that's arts and culture. Yep, Councillor Kaifong.
Just a suggestion, I'm just wondering, because we had talked through the economic benefits and reputation rebuild about driving sort of sports and other types of events, whether it would be better just to say a diverse range of events rather than multicultural, because does that narrow us too much in terms of a focus, given that the second part of the outcome is to drive activity and economic benefits into our facilities, which includes all of the facilities and different uses so that we're not just bound by the first part of it. That's a question.
Councillor Barker?
Yeah, I do agree with that. Actually, it just leaves it with the scope a little bit wider. Perhaps that's just my feedback. Yes.
I'm getting a few nods around the table. Councillor Brown?
So where is the specific change that you're asking?
Just saying deleting the word multicultural, so it just says, and delivering a diverse range of events, increasing activity and driving economic benefits within our facilities and for our district. So we're celebrating the fact that we do have a unique cultural identity, but we also want to drive a whole lot of different kind of events, not just multicultural ones.
Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Worship. Just, I wonder, I know Councillor Maxwell's not here, but I think he would have raised what you touched on briefly, that we need to somehow find a balance between community and commercial aspirations. Is there any way that we can, I suppose we can't really fit that in there anywhere. I guess that's...
So that could be the delivery, but I do wonder, we are specifically mentioning economic benefits, whether, although we're sort of presuming that all of this are on those 4 pillars of cultural, social, economic, environment, we could include driving economic and social.
Or community.
And community benefits.
So driving economic/community benefits within our facilities and for our district, maybe. Just a thought. I mean, to give you an example, the upcoming Young Achievers Awards. Now, that delivers no economic benefit at all, but it delivers massive community benefit. Those kids go away from that feeling motivated, inspired, and the people that come and watch them and support them feel exactly the same, and everybody gets on that wave, and it's a great feeling after that event. And perhaps we need to recognise it in some way.
Thank you for raising that, Councillor Patterson. So I'll read that out again with the potential change. Rotorua's unique cultural identity is the foundation for attracting and delivering a diverse range of events, increasing activity and driving economic and community benefits within our facilities and for our district. I'm happy with that. Any further comments, Councillor Lee?
Yeah, I don't support the removal of the multicultural word. Rotorua is a multicultural society, and I think that should be acknowledged.
Thank you. I think we have Councillor Wadu.
Just wanted to, when you think about it, the big events that happen here in Rotorua in particular, we had the Māori League, we have the Māori Touch, we have the basketball, Māori basketball. I think we have kapahaka. And I think we should. I agree with Councillor Lee's kōrero around the multicultural, but maybe it's it's both. So attracting and delivering a diverse range of events, and then put in, with regard or in particular, multicultural events, just to add it in there, because I think for me it means something, and it's more inclusive. And it might be that, we want to be the cultural centre of Aotearoa. We have been, we are. So I think, that's a good way to acknowledge that. We have the jambalaya thing, and we have a lot of all sorts. It's all based around culture. Most of our thing, even though, the Māori League is a sports kaupapa, but they've got to do the haka, they've got to do, there's always cultural elements to these events. So just something to think about.
Perhaps add that at the start. Rotorua's unique multicultural identity. Put that in there. So all you're doing is adding a word.
I think good suggestion. The unique cultural identity also incorporated some of the feedback around Rotorua and being a bilingual city. So I think the unique cultural identity was also specifically reflecting the Māori culture as opposed to multicultural. Yeah, sorry, so that's why that's there. So the only thing to confirm at this stage is whether multicultural. Just some comments, just my thoughts. I think that the multicultural would be okay to come out because in the projects that we deliver as part of this, that would be reflective of it. So being, although I'm taking your feedback on board, and thank you for that suggestion, Councillor Waru, but for all of the other events, you know, sports, etc., I wouldn't, or business and conference, I wouldn't want to narrow it down too much where they think that multicultural is the only priority. So perhaps if I can just get a show of hands on whether you're happy to remove multicultural and just stick with the delivering a diverse range of events. Show of hands for dropping that. Yeah, okay.
Based on your kōrero, aye.
Thank you, thank you. So I'll read out what the final one is that I've written down. Rotorua's unique cultural identity is the foundation for attracting and delivering a diverse range of events, increasing activity and driving economic and community benefits within our facilities and for our district. Yep, Councillor Brown.
Could we consider changing activity to vibrancy?
Increasing vibrancy.
Yeah, it's a more arty word.
Yeah, would your intention, so increasing activity, to me, implies increasing the amount, increasing like more, as opposed to you could have less, but they're super vibrant. I don't know. I don't know. just a suggestion. What do you guys think?
I'm with Councillor Brown on this one. Yeah, I like vibrancy. Good word.
I like activity and vibrancy.
Increasing vibrant activity? So just a reminder, we have used the word vibrant once in tourism. We are a world-class destination with a vibrant inner city and a positive reputation. That's the only other time we have used it.
Does one follow the other? If we've got lots of activity, we are going to be more vibrant, so we don't, it's kind of the outcome of having more activity, so it probably doesn't need to be there.
How strongly do you feel about this?
Well, I'm just trying to get my head around it. Vibrancy to me is a positive thing. Activity could be anything, which could also be a negative. Not all activity is positive. I don't know. Just chuck that out there.
Increasing vibrant activity and driving economic and community benefits. Oh, we've had a positive chucked on the table.
I struggle with the whole thing because Rotorua is so much more than that cultural identity, and you know, we're a big tourist destination, we're a big forestry destination, we're a big farming destination. A lot of these things, you know, struggle with the whole thing in general, actually.
I'm okay with it, but I do take Councillor Lee's point. But I think in the other headings that have been presented, I think that kind of stuff's in there. We talked about the forest, we talked about the lakes, the cultural identity here, and it's just clicked for me that, you know, when we're talking about the events, we're not, the multicultural stuff is talking about the events, not the us. So that's okay to pay, and I'm down with vibrancy or positive. I'm all about that, because that's a very arts and culture type narrative, being one of those chaps. So increasing positive activity or vibrant activity, I'm okay with. To quote Councillor Brown, I'm not going to die in a ditch about it, but kia ora, that's my whakaaro.
Councillor Barker?
You could just increasing activity, comma, vibrancy, comma, and just so that they're listed.
Yep. Thanks. Councillor Brown, would you prefer increasing vibrant activity or increasing activity, comma, vibrancy, comma? Okay, I think at this stage we've got enough of support for this, and I think if you are okay with it, we'll take it away and we'll decide, we'll get the correct grammar for it on whether it's, but we'll put vibrant in, whether it's increasing vibrant activity or increasing activity vibrancy. Are we okay with that? Majority support for that? We'll include the word vibrant or vibrancy. Thank you. Moving on, that is us for community outcomes. Thank you very much. So we'll have just the final word editing done, and we'll send that back out to councillors as well. Thank you. So, Uno, you see Thomas. So we now hand over to Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, councillors. Just going to spend a little bit of time, I guess, just setting the scene and putting some context to a bit of stuff that we've got ahead of us. So this will just be preempt the next session, which will be focusing on a handful of key projects that are underway, to give you some more information on that, which will then lead into proposals that have fallen out of your other previous sessions and feedback. And so just briefly talking about the current economic environment. So I guess prior to this week, we did have looming over us Three Waters reform, the need to prepare a long-term plan with the Three Waters activities removed for at least 7 of the 10 years. And on top of that, local government reform plus reform to the RMA, et cetera, et cetera. So indications are at the moment that there is a change of government underway, and I guess there's negotiations taking place. And so entering into the final preparations of the LTP, we will use the assumptions that the Three Waters reform won't go ahead and that the incoming national government will, I think they've already indicated how they're likely going to support with regards to funding of key projects where councils are unable to afford to fund them themselves. And so we'll continue on the basis that we'll continue to manage and control and own those assets. There is a continuation of regulatory and compliance pressures around the country, in particular probably off the back of the crypto Spiridia event in Queenstown. There is a greater focus obviously on water and how they're delivered, and so we anticipate that will continue to increase. What we've also noticed is an increased focus from not only the water regulators but also from Audit New Zealand during its audits programs with regards to our performance measures and how we're recording. And so those sorts of things are driving additional demands and costs into our area. Contractors and labour shortages are continuing, and while labour has improved, there is still anecdotal evidence that suggests even across Rotorua that we are struggling at times to attract certain skill sets and people to move into our district to fill key roles, not just us but other employers as well. And there still seems to be a high demand for work being taken place, with many territorial authorities having significant work programs and some tight competition for key resources that is also impacting our ability to not only deliver projects but also the cost of delivering some of those projects. The interest rate environment, I'm sorry if this feels like doom and gloom. The interest rate environment remains, while not historically high. When I talk historical, I'm obviously talking about 30, 40 plus years. In recent history, it is high. Wholesale rates, which kind of dictate how the borrowing rates that council borrows are appear to be a 15-year high, so that's close to obviously the turning point of the GFC in post 2007-8, and indications are that they will stay at this level for quite some time. Many economists and people were hoping that the higher interest rate environment would pulled inflation back at a faster rate, but what we are seeing is that inflation seems to be sticky. The latest information, which is the little graph that I've put in there from ANZ, which was from about a week ago, is showing that even for the quarter to the end of September, overall inflation is tracking still above 6%. Inflation itself is made up of two components, tradable and non-tradable. And what we are seeing is that the non-tradable portion is tracking still higher. And so inflation is roughly 1/3 tradable, 2/3 non-tradable. Sorry, tradable is, I think, where you import into New Zealand, and non-tradable is the one that we cremate domestically. And it's the domestic one that is proving to be quite high and sticky. And so what we do anticipate, therefore, is that there'll be a continuation of a higher OCR, which will keep higher interest rates higher for longer, which is counter to what many of the economists at the bank are saying, where they're arguing for a reduction in the OCR because obviously they're concerned about their businesses and their clients and would obviously prefer lower interest rates and not to have a recession, where obviously the the Reserve Bank is trying to facilitate a partial recession to try and get inflation under control. And so what all these do combine is, I guess, a period of uncertainty and a higher cost environment going forward. And so that's just to take into account with regards to future discussions, with regards to how, when we bring the LTP together and proposals and what the pressures are and how we will manage and balance all these things together. So I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions that you may have on this point. Brilliant. And then just the second one is, as we start going to the proposals, we're obviously working towards preparing a draft long-term plan for consultation, and the consultation document itself, when we go out to the community, will have proposals that you approve, and within that we will be talking to our community around, obviously, the pros and cons of doing these things, and also the costs and options. And when we start comparing those options, we'll ultimately be comparing them back to a rate impact per ratepayer. And so what I've got here is the underlying assumptions and the basis of how we are currently calculating that, bearing in mind that as we creep closer to February, some of these assumptions may change. But in particular for the discussions over the next 2 days, as we start talking about proposals, you will start seeing a rates impact per ratepayer and obviously borrowing as well. And so to be clear, 1% at the moment is on our rates, overall rates is $1.25 million. We are, when our calculations have an estimate of 30,000 ratepayers, so we just round to that number. And a 1% increase, or 1.25 million, therefore divided by 30,000 ratepayers equals $42 on average. And so obviously depending on the rate that we change, whether it's a targeted rate, whether it's a uniform annual charge, or whether it falls on capital value, changes how that falls. But for a simplistic perspective, to consult with our community and to understand the cost as we do, keep it simple with regards to that calculation. From a borrowing perspective, our average cost of borrowing is not currently 6%. We are below that, but what we are seeing is that current long-term interest rates are hovering at 6%. So if we go to market at the moment, 1 year is 6.1% and 10 years is 6.05%. And 5 years, I think, is closer to 6.01. So it's a very flat curve and doesn't actually make a lot of difference whether we borrow 1 year or 10 year. And so that indicates that into the short and medium term, our likely average cost of borrowings as we borrow new money and as we refinance existing, that we will creep closer to that 6%. Generally, when we borrow, we obviously borrow for specific projects, and each project will have a slightly different life. As an example, when we borrow to upgrade a wastewater treatment plant, we would design the repayment of those borrowings around the life of the consent. So therefore, if it had a 15-year consent, which is a bit short, we would look to repay the borrowings after 15 years, because at the end of that consent, it would likely mean that the treatment plant would have to go through a new refurbishment or upgrade with regards to be compliant to the new specifications. And so what we do find is, on average, it does fall to about 20 years. So some are shorter, some are longer. So from the point of view of the proposals in front of you, just keeping it an average of borrowing at 6% over an average term of 20 years. And so therefore, from a simplistic perspective, $1 million borrowed would equate to about $90,000 a year to cover the finance cost and the repayment of that $1 million over the 20 years. And so that equates, over the 30,000 ratepayers, equates to $3 per ratepayer for 20 years for every $1 million of new borrowings. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm happy to answer any questions on that. So as you start seeing the proposals, you'll see this proposal has a $1 impact per ratepayer. This is the average increase percentage, and this proposal will have this debt impact going forward. So,
Councillor Waru.
Oh, tēnā koe. Kia ora, Thomas. Just a quick question. It's more just to clarify some points in my head. So, what percentage of that 30,000 ratepayers are businesses and commercial?
Roughly speaking, about 20,000, a little bit more is urban, what we consider, the footprint of the Rotorua urban area, Nongataha around to Ōwhota. And then you can carve up pretty much the others roughly into a quarter, so 2,000 to 2,500 each, there or thereabouts, with regards to the split between commercial, rural, lakes, and those sorts of aspects. So that's roughly how it falls.
But the $42 is just sort of if everyone was all paid equally.
It's a very simplistic calculation to say that if you divided that cost evenly across those 30,000 ratepayers, that's how that will fall. Knowing that, as an example, if it fell on the capital value, the rate increase, obviously it would equate slightly different. Some people will pay more and some people will pay less, but overall we'll average close to $42. Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you. Just wanted clarity.
Okay.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Thomas. Just to clarify, you're talking about the terms between 5, 10, 20 years. If we were to borrow over a 20-year term and then 10 years down the track, the interest rates have dropped considerably, are we able to renegotiate, or that's locked in?
So we don't actually refinance over those periods. So what I was referring to, Councillor, is I guess just like if I was to go buy a house in my personal capacity, I would look to refinance that house over a period of time with regards to the length of time I plan to pay off that mortgage. And so let's say I buy a house and I plan to pay it off over 20 years. The interest rate itself wouldn't be fixed for that period. Obviously, it'll be fixed for whatever shorter period, whether I go floating or so forth, and it will reprice during the life of that loan. Council is effectively the same. Predominantly all our borrowings are structured over a 10-year period, and that's shortening at the moment because of the rising interest rate costs. And what we're saying is that on average, as we borrow for a project, we plan to pay that borrowing off over 20 years, and we expect the average interest rate over that period to be 6%, and that's how we'll model. But when actuality happens, the interest rate may fluctuate as we refinance and as interest rates change. But that is our assumption and our calculations.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Hey Thomas, just want to thank you for that excellent slide. It's very concise and contains all brilliant factual information right on the money.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Oh yeah, thank you, Thomas, for your excellent slide. That was awesome. I just want to ask you about the 6%. Is that sort of an assumption that's sort of gone across other councils as well? Was this based on your look at the current situation?
Most councils will be in a very similar position. I guess from our average cost of borrowings over the life of the plan will be more formalised and refined as we get closer towards the adoption, and that's obviously as we progress through this year, we get more certainty with regards to how particularly that first year of interest rates are looking. What we are seeing is at the moment with regards to when we go to the market to borrow. So 18 months ago, or it might have been 18 months ago, David might correct me on this, but 2 years ago, definitely, we would go to the market for short-term borrowings of 1 year or less, and we'd be paying 0.9%. And this was at a time that everyone was probably refinancing their mortgages at 2.7. Yep. And if we went to the market for 10-year money, we were accessing it at 2.8, 2.9. And so, it was a pretty tight spread, but it did show that as you lengthened the term, there was an additional premium that you were paying. At this moment, that curve is completely different. And as I said, 1 year money is about 6.1 and 10-year money is about 6.05. And so what that indicates to us, and talking to our Treasury advisors, is that those wholesale rates or those longer term rates are expected to be closer to that 6% into the medium, into the short term. And so what we are therefore assuming is that over the life of the plan, we expect to have a close to 6% average cost of borrowings. But as we get closer, we'll work with PricewaterhouseCoopers. There might be, as an example, a OCR change in the new year. It may go up or it may go down, and that may influence what that average is. But at this point, that is what we expect it to move towards and stay for us, and that's what we'll use for these calculations to help have that discussion with our community on the cost of doing something or not.
No, thank you, Thomas. It's really good, and I do mean it when I say that. I like how you've laid it out. Really easy to follow, simple, and in my language. So, tēnā koe.
Cool. Councillor Kaifong, then Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, Thomas, it's just a question because that's assuming a 1% rates increase. So we have to start with a base of business as usual, and currently we're at 8.8. So are you saying that we have a kind of a business as usual budget or list of projects and things we must complete and borrowings attached to that, which is going to have our rates at X, and then we add in all these other things? So I'm just going back to the discussion we had around the annual plan. So, we had a bucket list of items, we took some stuff out, we came back to a lower starting figure, and then all the items came back in, so then the rates went back up. So, because when you look at it like that, it doesn't sound very much, but if you're starting off from a base that's actually, 8.8, and then you start adding on 1%, then it quickly creeps up.
And the challenge that we have, and I guess setting the scene going forward, and it's we do have a high inflationary environment, so we will be having a discussion around what's the underpinning CPI that we put into our model, bearing in mind that we've got to go on a bit of a journey with the auditors on that, and predominantly we get those numbers from Burl, which are economists that provide specific inflationary numbers for us that provide an overall, but then look at each of our individual activities and will give us a cost adjuster for roading, water, stormwater, even parks and reserves and those sorts of aspects, because they look at the individual bucket of goods that council provides and looks at what those cost pressures are for that. And so, as a starting point, as I signalled before, is that with CPI still tracking at above 6%, it's likely that the CPI adjuster that we'll need to put into the LTP will be in that ballpark as well. We have previously talked about funding of renewals, and it's something that I'll talk about probably in about an hour's time in this presentation with regards to depreciation, the impact inflation has had on our asset values and the cost of renewing those. And so when you bundle all those sorts of things together, and it'll be an interesting exercise at the end of that to calculate what the overall rates increase will be. I guess coming back to your question is, you're right that each of these proposals will be cumulative, and it will feel a little like that annual plan exercise. But it is important, I guess, that as you look at each of these proposals and whether you choose to consult on it or not, that you do understand the individual cost of each of those activities, bearing in mind that these are all most of these are new proposals, and most of them will add versus subtracting costs, but the same formula does work as to whether you wish to stop something. It's just the reverse effect of it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know in previous discussions we've talked about having a bit of fat in the budget to cope for climate issues, natural disasters, etc., so that if something comes along that's completely out of the blue, we've got some funds stacked away that we can help to mitigate that. With what's going on in the Middle East at the moment, and the threat to potential oil supplies if it gets out of hand, we all know that the price of fuel is driven by what comes out of the Middle East. And if that goes through the roof because we've been choked, can we use that same fund for that sort of resilience to shield us from shock caused by war?
Yeah, so Councillor, I guess the fund that you're referring to is the buffer between our internal debt limit of 2.5 times revenue is what we currently borrow to, versus what we can actually borrow to, which is I think 2.85 or 2.75, because it's declining over a period of time. And so that provides us borrowing headroom to respond to significant events if we need to. Historically, or what you're describing is that some of those cost pressures may flow through to the cost of capital goods, and so therefore they would have to try to be accommodated into the budgets of those capital projects. And if those projects were borrowed and it drove significant costs in, then yes, we'd have to leverage that borrowing capacity to do that. But with regards to an operational perspective, no, it's not really appropriate to leverage our borrowings to soak that up. And so we would have to look for operational savings to try and absorb those types of cost pressures.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? There appear to be none. Look, just as we are discussing the impact of what our decisions will be in future, and of course the proposals, can I also just remind councillors that as we go through the proposals later on today, that anything and everything that we do approve is additional increase in rates, is additional spending. So please just be mindful as we go through this that, of course, we wish to see benefits for the community, but we also have a priority of this council of being prudent with our resources. We do have a need to be good stewards of our assets, but we also have a need to make responsible decisions for our community who are also facing a cost of living crisis. So I ask that you just bear that in mind when we make decisions and understand that everything that we propose will go into the consultation document, but everything that we propose will add up to that increase of the rates as well. Of course, there are benefits, but there are always costs. So I just want you to bear that in mind. What I suggest actually, because we're about to go into the projects in progress and then into the proposals, is that we take a short morning tea break now, and then when we return, we'll kick off into that. And just want to note that we will take our lunch break at 1 p.m. today to enable a councillor to attend the Rural Community Board session. We'll have a 1 hour lunch break from 1 to 2 o'clock. So perhaps we'll just take a short 15-minute one now. Thank you. And if you could please return at 10 past 11. Thank you.
the Mayor for a short period of time, so I'll just take over the chair role, but Thomas, back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This next section is just going to focus on projects that are currently in progress, and so the majority of these are in the infrastructure space, so Stavros will come up and talk about each of these individually, about obviously just reminding everyone what the project is, the total cost, where they sit, and I'll cover off towards the end the museum and just the overall renewals, and then at the completion of this section we will launch into the proposals that fell out of your previous councillors' workshop. So with that, I'm happy to hand over to Stavros and talk about the first one.
Thank you, Thomas. Kia ora tātou katoa. I just wanted to, before going to sort of enlarge, some elaboration on these projects and progress in place, is that there are multiple objectives in delivering those kind of projects. It's when we look into wastewater treatment or reticulations, we are pursuing community health objectives, separating wastewater from the average person in our community. We are pursuing improvements in Maori o te wai, because obviously there are many causal factors that cause deterioration, degradation of our water, freshwater environment, and our general environment, because toxic spillages in our environment got ecosystem negative effects. We also have got regulatory compliance, because as I have noted for elected members back in August, there's very stringent regulatory risks in not complying with resource management regulations at this point in time, which have increased significantly, especially in discharging unconsented toxic substances into our environments. Just in rough water terms, the fines for organizations have increased from $600,000 to $10 million. So risk mitigation is another significant component of that. And another major objective, obviously, as the community grows, both in terms of numbers, economic activity, and housing, and so on, we need to have the appropriate capacity to treat these side effects of that growth and demand and our future development strategy. Now, one of the major projects we've got, obviously, is the upgrade of our wastewater treatment plant. Its consent had expired, is expiring, but also our ability to continue to discharge treated effluent into the forest, who's been there for about 30 years, from memory in round terms, is coming to an end, and the landowners require us to move out of the forest, or at least to reduce significantly the footprint of our irrigation system, which means the treatment plant needs to achieve the target treatments at the source, at the treatment plant, before it is discharged into an alternative environment, and therefore the treatment capability of the treatment plant, the capacity to grow, to cope with climate change and increasing rainfall events, and also our future development strategy are the key drivers. It'd be good to know, too, around the country, a number of the treatment plants are upgraded at this point in time. Palmerston North is spending close to $400 million on it. Cambridge, recently, about $110 million. In Wellington alone, the drying up of their biosolids is going to cost them $400 million. So what we have here is a modest amount of investment. It's got at least a 35-year horizon for expectancy, and is aligned with future development strategy expectations. The contract has been awarded. We are right now in the preliminary preloading phases, removing some of the old excavated material because the site was a landfill, and we're working through a containment practice for that, consistent with resource consents for that. The detailed design of the structure itself is going to be finalized by December, and early in 2024, you're going to see components being erected in that area, modified and realigned to meet the new expectation of the treatment plant. Elected members, I think, have a scheduled visit on site on the end of October. So at that point in time, you see a far more detailed presentation where we are. The completion date for that is 2026, and that coincides with our bridging consent we've got for the forest. And by that stage, we need to have a much reduced discharge point into the forest, for which we are currently working with the relevant mana whenua groups to identify and consolidate. The cash flow for the plan in rough water, $60 million upgrade. In this financial year, we expect to spend about $25 million and over the next 2 years, the remaining of the funds in order to be ready by the end of 2026. Tarawera sewage scheme, again, it contains the same target objectives: health, Maori o te wai, regulatory compliance, and obviously growth capacity to a lesser extent, but we're making provisions through the reticulation scheme to allow for at least another 20% of houses in future houses for Tarawera. And where we're at this point in time is that stage 1 is well under the way, and we expect it to roughly be completed by June 2024. As you're aware, we went to the markets, opened competitive tendering processes, have identified a preferred tenderer. We are right now in a phase of feedback from the community for stage 2, for which we expect to get all the feedback by the end of October. We report back to the committee, back to the council, and depending on that outcome of the feedback, we anticipate that we'll be recommending to enter into a contract for stage 2 with some small adjustments or flexibility for some feedback outcomes. The financials of the projects in rough water is about $28 million at the moment. The funding configuration includes about $7.25 million of external subsidies, and also includes this council's current allocation of support of $1,500 per property, which equates to another $750,000 in rough water. So a total of $8 million funding support for the project. The balance of it will be paid through a targeted rate, for which you still have to consider and strike before by the time the project is substantially completed. But it's funded through a debt, which is in the meantime was about $20 million. Rotorua, again, a long-held project, same core objectives: health, environmental compliance, Maori o te wai, future development, and so on. It's been going for a long time. Rotorua has been completed. The treatment plan has been completed. The East Rotoiti is now up around about 70% completed. We do anticipate by December this year the project will be substantially completed. There will be a number of Maori whenua properties through which we have to go through some legal process with the Maori court and the various trusts to secure consent to install infrastructure. They will continue to be developed and installed by June 2024. Again, the rough water financials for that is that total projects in the region of $55 to $56 million, as I have reported earlier to council. At this point in time, there are about $26 million secure subsidies for that. We do have the uncertainty of the minister's decision about the allocation of another $10 million to that project from the Crown deed, and still that's work in progress. But based on the knowledge you've got at this point in time, it's a debt of almost $30 million, and the targeted rate was anticipated to be agreed through this long-term plan for those benefiting communities down there. And obviously the debt level will be funded over a period of 20 years. And I think Thomas outlined earlier what are the funding considerations of that, interest rates and the capital costs to the organisation. Stormwater master plan, again, in terms of stormwater, the objectives pursued there is primarily protecting the community's health and property, safeguards. It's a hazard mitigation process, especially with climate change. But also in parallel with that, and not in lesser significance, it's the effort to continue to protect Maori o Te Wai in terms of receiving an environment, because stormwater obviously flows from where it falls into streams, to the streams, to the lakes, and that has got an effect onto everything else we do. Now, the master plan, I gave you a presentation in early September, and a number of feasibility studies have been undertaken. In terms of the central and western area, at the moment, we're delivering the large attenuation projects, but in parallel doing feasibility studies. The overall external funding allocated to that or secured for that is about $85 million from the accelerated infrastructure funds, and there is a whole host of requirements and obligations you have to work with that IF regime to move from feasibility to design to execution and to progress claims against these various projects, and that process is anticipated to continue until December 2028. Again, the rough order cash flow or anticipated delivery of these projects is outlined here from the current year 2024 to 2029. While the external funding is about $85 million, there is a balance of about $21 million that is funded through debts, and obviously a number of that is allocated to be recovered through development contributions, because we're creating capacity for new housing. And the core intention of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund has been centered around the ability to enable our future development strategies, housing objectives. That's where they have invested $85 million into this kind of project. So we are in progress at the moment, and a significant chunk of that work has been delivered through, or is just about to be delivered by early next calendar year, into the Lyndon Park West, which achieves a significant attenuation and retention volumes there. But obviously, that's a work in progress that will continue to be carried on for the next 4 or 5 years. On the east side, again, we do have a similar objectives. We received support from the government, Crown Infrastructure Program in late 2020 under the shovel-ready projects, which we have outlined to them the master plan for the eastern sides. And the CAP came forward, and after having received a significant number of requests across the country, at that point in time, it was just after the pandemic, the COVID-19 installation, they had requests for $156 billion worth of shovel-ready investment. The fund was only $3.5 billion, so done some rationing. We were fortunate enough to be able to allocate $15 million for creating attenuation storage dams above Morris Street. The primary purpose of that was to enable the tribal lands Ngatifakawi development stages 1 to stage 11 to be delivered. It's about 1,100 houses. The dams will be finished in the near future, and will continue to deliver other elements of the master plan in subsequent years, as URLTP will make provisions for. Now, in terms of current funding, because we are coming to the end of these attenuation dams, the total cost of the project for those 2 dams was $15 million, and it's been funded through the external funding, the CAP. But there will be ongoing improvement projects, because the whole Eastern Future Development Strategy District Plan anticipates over the next 10 to 20 years, somewhere in the region of 4,000 new houses in the area, and obviously additional investment in that area has to be incorporated into the Council's future development contributions policies. Organic waste collection, again, part and parcel of the overall effort to address, to help mitigate environmental effects, obviously waste minimization, reducing the amount of waste to the landfill and so on, has been well canvassed. It is also anticipated through the Ministry of the Environment regulations over the next few months, of course, depending on the new government, national policy statement for that. But in terms of the previous government's, policy statements, the separation of organic waste from household waste would become mandatory. And they are driving that through increases through taxation, like waste minimization levies and emissions trading schemes and so on. Nevertheless, you have agreed to progress with that. We are under instructions to go through a procurement phase, and we are in a procurement phase at the moment. We expect the results of that to be back to you in early next year, March, maybe next year. We'll report back to you on the outcomes of the procurement process, and we anticipate a mobilization and rollout of the service by July 2025. The rough water numbers, and again, these need to be validated through the procurement process. We would expect the gross cost of that service to be in the order of $2.5 million a year, and we anticipate, because something in the region of 8,000 tons of waste, household waste, will not be going to the landfills anymore. There will be savings, and the net cost will be in the order of $1.3 million per year to be allocated to the waste targeted levy. But again, these are estimates based on our business case, the procurement plan, and the result of the procurement plan and the tenders will consolidate and crystallize these numbers for you. But in a rough order, that's what we expect to see. And that was me. Any questions about those projects or before?
Thank you, Stavros. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Can we just go back to that last slide, please?
This one?
Yes. So I'm just looking at that. Is this CapEx or OpEx?
OpEx.
So OpEx. So net cost of 1.3 million per year. So that's going to be basically a 1% rate increase.
On the targeted rate from the numbers Thomas provided earlier, it just sounds about, in round terms, yes.
Okay, so that's right. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Brown, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Stavros. Always a good report. Of all of the contracts that we've got, a lot of it adds up to be a large amount of money. Do we have CPI agreements inside those contracts, wastewater treatment plant, or what's the risk of a blowout in any of those contracts?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Brown. Yes, every contract we've got, whether it's operational, generally our operational contracts, we've got a long-term duration. The contracts anticipate a CPI, or what we call cost of cost of goods and services indices, which are sourced by the New Zealand statistics, are not usually, especially in construction area like roading and pipe maintenance and so on, not the same as the CPI, the consumer goods. It's a combined index, but every contract has got a CPI component that gets retrospectively adjusted every year. Because the alternative to that, of course, is to ask for a contractor to price the risk for the next 5 or 10 years, and you pay the risk in that element too. But as Thomas said, the expectations that CPI adjustments will be ongoing with us for the foreseeable future.
Second part is, what are the chances of a blowout in budget or costs on some of these projects, capital works?
Well, our operational projects like waste collection, waste management, wastewater service, operations management, water services management, and so on, we don't expect any blowouts beyond the CPI components. What you'll find, and I think Thomas will identify for you later on, is that our asset revaluations have indicated a significant replacement value for these assets. What that means is that to replace a piece of pipe onto the ground at the moment that reaches a life expectancy is now sometimes 30 or even 50% more than it used to be 2-3 years ago. So that's got a flow-on effect onto the amount of money we are able to effectively use for renewal processes. And the question we have to address collectively here is that what is the threshold of risk we want to anticipate for that? We have two extremes we continue to fund, depreciation is full extent, or assume as a level of risk we are we can tolerate for a short period of time. But these are decisions you have to make as part and parcel of your general considerations. So any blowouts will be in the form of capital replacement of assets. And the question you have to say, and we do that all the time, is it worth taking that risk, the cost escalation at this point in time, or do it through a different ways of doing a reduced amount and we increase our vigilance in terms of maintenance and repairs to give it a little bit of length of time. So it's manageable, but it's challenging.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, I'm just aware we're just talking the projects in progress, so if we can confine the questions to just these projects, because these are things that are already underway, they're already in progress, and obviously we can't have half a wastewater treatment plant, so we do need to continue with some of these. So we'll go Councillor Barker, then Councillor Lee, then Councillor Maxwell, followed by Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, Stavros. It's just a point of clarification, actually. The East Side Stormwater Project, was that entirely CIP funded and no input from us debt-wise?
The two dams are, but not a full master plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Organic waste collection. This is, you noted the change of government, so we've got a new government, but it was essentially central government-driven initiative, really, wasn't this?
It is the current legislation, the current national policy, which was driven by the previous government, requires that.
Where did the $1.2 million savings come from on that?
Offsetting the landfilling cost of 8,000 tonnes a year.
And is that through a change of government policy that changes that equation somehow?
I'm not sure I follow that, Councillor Lee. What?
I'm trying to understand where the 1.2 million savings, is that just a volume of saving of the product, or is that a regulation that...
No, the FOG, or the organic waste collection, is done because audits of the waste we all generate from our red bin at home, 50% of that, or a bit more than that actually, is organic or green waste material. One would do audits of that, identify that 50% of that is organic material. If you take it out and take it away from beneficial use, composting or energy generation and so on, you're removing about 8,000 tonnes of waste that goes to the landfill. And every tonne that goes to the landfill, it costs us in rough order $200 per tonne. Okay, so if we remove it from the waste stream, it doesn't go to the landfill, that's a savings, you don't pay for landfilling, and that's where $1.2 million comes from.
Okay. Just finally, did you see a report that this rollout in Auckland for the organic waste collections has hit, I think they were getting like a 40% uptake, and the smaller bins were being blown all over the roads and all sorts of practical problems?
Yes, I'm fully aware of it. I think the difference in Auckland, they don't, they have what you call a food collection. We proposing a FOGO collection is organic and food collection, green waste, and our assessment through all the community consultation and our own assessment is that collecting only food every week from households is not viable or efficient. If we mix it with the green waste collection, it gives us the critical mass and avoids a lot of these problems we've got, because information we've got is that people anticipate that it was not as easy to separate just their food. They would like to mix it with garden waste too.
So Auckland is food only, is it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We have Councillor Maxwell, followed by Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you. Thank you, Stavros. Could you turn back to the slide before this one, please? The one before, the one on the east side.
Okay. East side, yep.
Yeah, there's good. So the total cost of that project is 15 million. Because this is the long-term planning area that we've got Stavros, when are we going to get an indication of the catchment of the Pukehangi area down the Utahina that affects Ohinamutu? When do you think that we'd be able to get some indication so we know planning for long term?
Sorry, Councillor Maxwell. This is a western Pukehangi site. That is the $85 million got from the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and we've got our own contribution to about $21 million. And if you recall, in early September, when I made the presentation to you, we're creating all these attenuation points, but also looking into the stream, the Utahina stream. We're meeting with the regional council on the 27th of October, actually, to talk about the dredging, potentially dredging the lower Utahina and improving the channel. All these elements I have outlined into my presentation in early September are part of this project, and gradually it will be delivered between now and the year 2028.
Oh, thank you, Stavros. Can we go back to the next slide, please, regarding the organic?
Organic?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
The waste collection. Oh, the next one, the last slide you had?
This one?
Yes, thank you. The net cost of 1.5 million per year, from the sounds of it, the decision has been made, it is going to be food and green waste collected together. What's going to happen to that? Is there no, my understanding was there's the potential to sell compost if it was, is that net cost of 1.3 million taking into account what might be made from the sale of soil, at the end of the process?
We don't anticipate any, let's call it royalties, income coming from the sale of the compost material. However, I'm not discounting it. We are in the procurement phase at the moment asking the sector, what is going to cost you to collect that food and organic waste, transfer and process it to produce a beneficial outcome, which would be compost. Our business case at the moment is only capturing the benefit of avoiding landfilling costs, but I would not discount the possibility of us having conversation with those submitters, the tenders, to say, if you're going to convert it into composting material and you generate a revenue for that, how do we get some kind of royalty for that? We report back to you as part of that process. We exclude it at the moment because we don't have certainty about it, but I think your question is very valid, and I think we need to explore it through the procurement process, and we are doing it.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stavros. Just staying on this subject, so far, other than the Tarawera sewage scheme, the Rotorua sewage scheme, everything else is already factored into our current rate charge. Is that correct? It's all already budgeted. It's not new money that will be added on top. So this is the only one out of all of those projects that I could see that the general ratepayer will be looking at as an increase in their rate. Is that correct?
In that element, yes, but obviously a whole range of other projects in terms of organic waste, that's what you're facing in front of you.
Just to clarify, a lot of these capital projects that we've talked about are partially underway. So any future borrowings to finish them off and the costs associated with funding and repaying that debt will be additional on top of the current rate setting.
And have we got an idea of which ones those are?
All of these will have an impact. So the reason why we're talking about these is that in the first 3 years of the draft LTP that we're going to prepare, there will be a significant capital investment required in those first couple of years to support the completion of these projects. And so those future forecast borrowings will lead to rate increases to repay that.
So that would be happening in the next 3 years?
well, it's happening now and will definitely happen across the first 3 years of the LTP, yes.
Okay, so will we be given some sort of indication as to which ones are going to cost what?
We can do that, yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell?
Yep. Thank you. Stavros, you said that the Tarawera project will be completion June 2024, so that's next year. Is it within the timelines and it's on track to finish June 2024?
Tarawera stage 1, 24. Stage 2 will be the next financial year, 2025. Yeah.
Thank you. Final question by Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sticking with the organic waste, following on from Councillor Kariapa's questions, who sets the cost of waste at wherever it's received? You say we're making savings by reducing the volume of waste.
To the landfill.
Somebody's charging for the landfill, yeah. So who sets that landfill
In
cost?
rough water terms, Councillor, and I think I explored that before, and I use the rough water number of $200 per tonne of waste going to the landfill.
Yep, who sets that?
About 60% of that are taxation. This is a waste minimisation levy and the cost of what we call the trading emissions scheme. The other 40% are operational costs by the people who administer the landfill, the transfer station, the vehicles that take it to the landfill and compacting it, take it away. So in rough water, is 60% taxation, 40% operational costs.
Right, so central government policy. So that's going to cost us, the ratepayers of Rotorua, an extra 1% on their rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Thomas. Thank you very much, Stavros.
So I'll just talk about two. So the first one is the Rotorua Museum. So as you recall, we are currently back out for procurement and going through that process. And we hope to have a little bit more clarity closer to Christmas with regards to that outcome, and we'll report back to council. Because of obviously the need to go back out to procurement, a future council decision as to whether we progress or not based on those outcomes, and then a start time that's built around this extension of the process, that the bulk of, if we do go ahead, the bulk of the cost of refurbishing the museum will likely land there for in year 1 and 2 of the LTP. Versus what we currently have planned underway. Obviously tied to a future council decision, but we will make allowances in the first draft based on some estimates. I think we've talked about that one before, but total cost of the project about 81.4, council's contribution of 15.5. With external funding underway, and the team are currently continuing to work with other providers around shoring up more external funding. Part of the rationale for going back out to market and going through a procurement process was to actually test the market pricing once again, with a hope of bringing that cost back down. And as I said, as we get more clarity on that, we'll report back through to council. Hopefully around Christmas time, hopefully before, but it might just be after. And then renewals. So we will be having a future discussion at a coming workshop around the infrastructure strategy. And the infrastructure strategy is a long-term view of our infrastructure needs and investments in not only replacing our existing assets with regards to proactive renewal and maintenance, but also level of service improvements, whether it's for capacity or a change in regulations and standards, and also the growth of our district And the infrastructure strategy focuses on the roading, water, reticulation, wastewater and stormwater in particular. And in addition to that, we'll also provide a comprehensive view of our building renewals and also the level of investment and renewals around our open spaces, parks and all those amenities. And we'll bring those all together with regards to understanding what that looks like, what's driving it, what are the opportunities with regards to changing the phasing and timing. There also might be some projects with regards to what you want to say yes and no to, and that will connect back into the draft LTP. I guess to put it into context, the infrastructure strategy itself at the last LTP was about $500 million over a 10-year period, and the total capital investment over the LTP was about $750 million. And so those are the sorts of numbers that we are talking about. And as Stavros signalled, is that we are seeing a cost of doing our capital investment and renewal increasing. And that is predominantly as a result of significant inflationary pressures as we revalue our assets over the last few years. As an example, just in the last year, we revalued our stormwater assets, and that had about a $200 million increase on about a $500 million asset base. So you can see that it has a substantial asset value increase, which then leads to an increase in the depreciation expense on that asset. And why that's important is because we fund that depreciation expense to fund our capital renewals. And our renewals are obviously looking after and replacing our existing assets. And we fund those through rates. At the moment, we spend about $44 million a year renewing our assets. And we do know as we enter into preparing this infrastructure strategy in particular, that as those asset values have risen over the years, and I think at the last LTP, to put it into context, I think I was talking about an overall $1.2 billion asset base for council. We're now talking about $1.8, $1.9 billion asset base. So there has been a substantial increase in asset values over the last 3 years. That will see an increase in depreciation and the need to fund that to make sure that our renewals are being funded. At the annual plan discussions, we also talked about the fact that we had about $6 million of depreciation that was unfunded. So that was additional depreciation that was a result of higher than anticipated asset value increases that we weren't able to fund. And so there will be a question and debate with regards to going forward into the LTP as to how we fund that. Now, not to scare you, but every LTP we have a similar challenge, and we look to build up over the first 3 years of the LTP towards working towards funding that, not looking to fund it in one hit. And so that's some of the discussions that we'll have with you around how we can make and balance that work. But just again to signal to you that this is something that we've talked about for a little while, and so should be a known fact with regards to future discussion at another workshop with regards to what that looks like. So before we skip into the next section, happy to answer any questions on either the museum or this component.
Yeah, Thomas, could you just refresh my memory? The $1.8 billion of water assets now, is that replacement value or?
So that's the replacement value of all assets, not just water. So it includes obviously our infrastructural assets, but also our land and buildings as well.
So replacement value or?
Replacement value, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, te manukura. Thomas, just a quick question. You know, I'm aware there are a couple of councils, I think, that have opted to pay part of the depreciation, through rates and stuff. And I'm certainly not a fan of that, but, you know, we are getting to some some times where we have to make some big decisions. Are there any? Is there any other way? You know, with the inflation rates and everything going up, I worked it out just from your quarter, about 35%, 40% sort of more value, which is great, but comes at a cost. Have you thought about any other options around how we can sort of get around the depreciation?
We can't get around the depreciation, and we can make decisions around how we fund that depreciation, which obviously flows through into renewals. And I think, as my colleague Stavros said before, with regards to the overall infrastructure strategy and the decisions that we make and the risks that we take on board with regards to planning and doing our renewal work. Our strategy, I guess, from a council perspective has been for the last 9 or 10 years now, predominantly to make sure that we are funding depreciation sufficiently to fund our renewal program. We did into a period into the late 2000s where council wasn't managing and balancing that well, and so we have had that strategy for a while. But what we do need to take into account that as all these elements come together and we see what it starts to look like, that there may be some decisions that may need to be made, and those are obviously for future discussions. Yep.
Okay, thank you. It's actually, I'm glad you brought up Stavros' quarter, because that's where my thinking kind of kicked off from. Thank you.
And all I'll say as well is this problem is not unique to us, and so all councils in New Zealand have faced the same pressures with regards to their asset revaluations and the need, therefore, to fund the flow and effect to their renewal program and the need to fund that. And so, yeah, and so we'll all collectively be dealing with this challenge. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is probably about the 3rd time I've referred to this diagram, but it keeps cropping up in my mind every time I start talking about this. This, plus what we've talked about previously, all of that added together, does that come up to the debt profile which we saw in the July 12th report, which forecast we'd be sitting at 400 million debt by 2024? Is all of that incorporated into that, and therefore that's our starting point before we even decide any new projects? Is that the way you see it?
Not quite, Councillor. So that view that we gave on the 12th of July would have been on the locked-in 2024 annual plan and assumptions on the extension of our previous LTP. And so that curve and the timing of that will change based on your future decisions that you do make. And I can't hazard to guess as to whether that gap will go up or down, but I suspect with regards to the pressures that we have, that the curve, how would I say this? There'll be pressure on us with regards to staying within the current debt limit that we have set going forward.
Thank you.
I think, though, councillors, is that it's important that obviously the proposals that will come through to you are things for you to consider, and whether you choose to consult on it or not, bearing in mind that they will have a cumulative impact, which I'm sure, as Her Worship said before, at the end of all of this, before we even go anywhere close to consulting, you will make decisions on how that all comes back together under a sustainable financial strategy.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. The debt limit that you refer to, is that our self-imposed debt limit you're talking about, or the actual?
We are operating under a council-imposed limit of 2.5. We can go a little bit higher from a statutory perspective. As we've talked previously about, the reason why we don't go higher at this moment is to allow for a buffer in case we need to respond to an emergency or something that's unexpected.
Thank you very much. I think there's been a good range of questions. Thank you for covering the projects that are already underway. We now move into the next phase team of the proposals for consideration. Now, if I can just request if you could let the group manager covering this get through the slide or that item in the proposal, and then we'll ask questions there. Also, just a reminder that all of the proposals that we approve, we will do through majority. It will then go into the consultation document, and the time for making the final decision, whether it's approved or not, is not until later on, once the consultation and the feedback is back. So also, I just ask that you ask questions at this stage. Not necessarily, we don't need anyone to be particularly advocating for certain issues yet. However, this is the opportunity for clarity and to make sure that you have enough information and are confident or not to progress it to the next phase, which is the consultation document. So that will be the process underway.
So just for clarity's sake, we are just approving what we think is good to go out for consultation.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So what our group managers will do is they will share a proposal with you. Remember that these proposals have come back directly from feedback from councillors through either the initial workshop sessions which we've had on the 4 priorities, or through the visioning workshop where specific ideas have come up. And we have also taken into consideration the feedback from both our lakes and rural community boards and the session that we had from Te Tato o Te Arua as well. So what you're about to see before you is what we have specifically requested or asked to be in here, and staff have also taken guidance and then looked in their areas of what could be proposals that align with what the priorities or what those outcomes for us as a council are. Over to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to support what the Mayor was just saying, so in the previous workshops there were 87 effectively ideas, suggestions, projects, initiatives identified that would contribute to the outcomes that you said. Excuse me. Went for a bit of an exercise with regards to understanding the level of support that came against those, and so obviously some of them had only support from one councillor with regards to an indication, whereas others had more. And so where there was a proportion of more than just one councillor supporting, but more than 3, we clustered some of these ideas and suggestions together and created proposals. And so we progressed those proposals based on what we heard from you as part of those workshops. And bearing in mind, again, that these are proposals for your consideration. The proposal itself that's in front of you is at a higher level, giving you a description of the proposal and options. And the reason why we have options is that if you choose to progress with a proposal into a consultation document, at the time of consultation we will have to give the community a preferred option, which you'll give an indication of, and alternatives for them to consider and give feedback as well. And that's just one of the requirements of when we go out for consultation. And we'll show a rates impact of a preferred option and the alternatives as well, very similar to what I talked about probably about a couple of hours ago with regards to those underlying assumptions of how we will communicate the rates impact. And so what we'll need from you today is to kind of get an indication of majority support to progress the proposals into a draft LTP, bearing in mind that as we progress towards forming a consultation document, that there will be formal council meetings for you to make formal decisions on to include or not, but we do need an indication with regards to where the consensus lies to prepare that draft. And the decision times itself is going forward. The aim is the auditors will be on site in February to audit the consultation document and the underlying draft LTP with a goal of getting a decision in March around the adoption of the consultation document and going out for consultation in April. We'll then be out for a statutory period, and then we'll have feedback, hearings, deliberations with a final adoption targeted in June. Happy to stop there and have any questions.
Sorry, I hate to go back, but this just occurred to me. So before we go moving forward, wouldn't it be good to know where we sit right now with what we can expect as our base rate increase right now? Would it be 9.8 just with the FOGO? I mean, what are we looking at as a base starting point?
I don't know what that looks like, but as I said, where CPI is sitting, I think, Councillor, you're not going to be consulting on an overall rates increase and that's it. What you are consulting on is with regards to you've set some community outcomes, and you'll be going out to the community with regards to whether you want to improve those or not, and if so, this is what it looks like and this is what the rate impact will be. And I think it's important, first of all, for you to explore what those look like based on where your priorities were, to then bring them all together, understand what the cost is, and you can make a decision into the future as to whether you wish to include those or not, rather than just excluding everything now because you're focusing on just a rates increase.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So as we've clustered them all together, there's going to be 13 themes as we progress through the next day and a half. We have set ourselves a target that at the end of today, we would like to have gotten through to the community funding section. So hopefully before lunch and after lunch, we hope to get through community safety, growth, which is tied to the FDS, inner city revitalisation, reputational rebuild, branding of Rotorua, and tying that to obviously Rotorua NZ, pensioner housing proposals and community funding. So that is where we would hope to get through today. And then tomorrow we're focusing on parks and reserves, the active recreation and sports field strategy, the environmental strategy, strategic property, utilisation and disposal. Rating policy will focus on Airbnb and rating of unused land. New user charges that fell out of the workshop. It won't be all the revamp of the user charges. That'll be a future workshop, just focusing on the ones that came out of that workshop, and also devolved funding. So if there's no other questions to hear, I'll probably hand over to my colleague JP, and he can start on the first set of proposals, unless Her Worship wishes to add anything at this time.
Afternoon, everyone. Nice to be just before lunch. You see there, we've just got some general ones picking up through from some of the notes that you identified. I suppose one of the issues that I have in the proposals I have here is the level of detail at this stage, because a lot of this has been previously built off other strategies. Not sure whether you want to continue with those strategies or on the basis of your post-its review some of the focus areas, because really that does become what are the nuances, what are the individual projects that you might want to dive into. So at this stage, certainly for inner city, we don't have detail. We have a lot of ideas of previous work, but really there's probably a necessary discussion there to be had about whether there's a specific workshop you need to traverse in that area. So that is a one-pager that was adopted around a community safety strategy on a page. So that was really the basis of a presentation we did a couple of C&DD meetings ago, where you agreed to increase the number of CCTV operators, guardians, commit to the mobile service, to also put in place the coordinator, which would work with the regional council funding to improve safety around buses and the bus routes, and also the community safety hub, which is a key project that will be opening up in mid-November at the latest. So we had worked with partners, so from that initial plan we chose those as being the most important priorities. There was a number of things we discounted very much from this plan early on. Things like rebranding vehicles weren't seen as really delivering any value to us, and there was a couple of other projects that were thought should really be left, and we'll see how the first part of these initiatives go before we look at extending it. So clearly the next piece for us, having increased our number of CCTV operators and greatly extended the service time that's available, was also to go back to our community safety, our CCTV strategy and just look at our camera provision. So that's probably the most important thing that we're looking at as the next phase of this project. So as I've talked about there, that phase one was those operators, additional guardians, the bus community coordinator working with the Māori wardens, community safety hub providing that basis for briefings, drop-ins, improving our communication with inner city retailers, and just making sure we've got that communication effectively in place. So all of those things are currently underway. So phase two really becomes part of that work around, do we need to change our network? Is there any enhancement we can do? And really that starts giving us the opportunity to talk to communities about what they want to see there too. So later on I'll talk about community grants. You know, is that a vehicle for us then to say, with that focus on community grants around safety initiatives, do we start getting this meshing together of this whole community approach to safety? Probably the other things I've got there, which are sort of important for the LTP, is really about getting our basics right. So that view of making sure that we've got sufficient within our current contract provisions about graffiti removal, responsiveness, the cleaning, the removal of trolleys, a process to make sure we're charging for those who aren't involved in their own phone lines for picking up that. So we've got what the team call those visual prompters, and give people that sense of lack of safety because they've seen graffiti, or they've seen a trolley, or they've seen rubbish, or they just haven't seen the city looking as good as it should be. The other part, which I think is important when it links to the inner city, is lighting. So for us, there is an opportunity to consider that level of service, but at its most fundamental, I would say that's a renewals discussion. So I'll come back to that renewals conversation about the inner city later, but those are sort of basics which aren't necessarily within my team's purvey, but need to be considered within the parks reserves or our infracore contracts, or how we treat some of our core infrastructure that we invest in. And then phase three is obviously we gave a commitment to reviewing all of these things and testing their impacts and adapting as we go forward. So that was one of the discussions around things like the use of security. So probably the key element here is just a case of saying, look, is there a chance for us to say that the same level of funding around CCTV? We've got a large network, and it's a good network that now we're getting the most out of with those additional operators. Should we keep it at the same level, or do we actually need to start looking at the current levels of service? So CBD focused, or whether we actually end up in those lower options of saying, look, we prioritise within that, increase the funding, so we keep that focus on the CBD, Fenton Street, wider area of the central city part, but also make sure actually we're tagging a specific separate fund that could be considered for rural, for example. And again, this works closely, I think, with the community grants focus. So really that's the sort of the basis that we've put forward at this stage. I'm happy to answer off any questions around that at this stage.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you for that, JP. When you mentioned about some of the areas to be covered, I personally think we have to ensure, with the summer coming up and many people will be going down to the lakefront, because I think the Whariwaka is the last project to be finished down there that we ensure to keep up with, so that we don't get any complaints of rubbish bins too full or anything. I think we have to ensure we keep that place sort of primo. I wondered if it was in part of that area. You said Fenton Street, CBD, but I would like the lakefront to be definitely one of the priority areas.
I think it's a really good point, because I know later on we've got a discussion around the service levels for parks and reserves, and really a focus then on the premier spaces we have. So again, I have that same sort of view. We end up having premier flower beds. Our tulips and gardens are amazing. The question there is, what's the right level for managing the rest of the inner city gardens, the rubbish bins, the other pieces of area that we've developed? The quality of the green space, the grass on the lakefront is another critical element. So you'll get a whole bunch of those discussions around those service levels around our key reserve spaces. But I think ultimately too, within the renewals discussion and probably wider with the inner city at the minimum, and I'll come to a slide on the inner city revitalisation, it's a question there we have to talk about levels of service quality as well.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you very much, JP. So just looking at the what you said versus the LTP impacts, so I recall back in an earlier slide it said 3 extra staff, because we're currently short of those anyway. Is that where the 80,000 in OPEX comes from, paying their salaries?
No, that's a potential expansion of another role, but again, it's if we've got those additional cameras, we may need to look at an expansion of from 7. So we had 4, moved to 7. This would give us potentially 8. The last piece of that too is actually we've also, and I think Mihi, when she presented, because we're in part of a wider police district, there's actually been a request from another one of the towns within the police district that their cameras be patched through to our operating centre because it's so good. And with us having that extra capacity, we might actually be able to offset some of those costs, or some of the costs we've got with a service level agreement from this additional space.
And is the extra cameras, so was that 3 per year, or is that 3 and then that's it, we've stopped?
So what we were saying there was to continue that on an annual basis. Right. So again, when you look at the cameras, you also have to go through a range of evaluation criteria about the need, because you're touching on some privacy issues about recording information. So there's actually there is a little bit of an evaluation you have to go through to say, what is the need, what are the kind of assessments that you need to undertake to protect privacy, and so you need to go through some steps. So it does take a wee while to move through some of those. We may actually have cameras reallocated or moved as a consequence as well. And obviously there is a renewal program there too. We have a pretty vicious environment, and I know one particular camera has been a bugbear for us outside Polynesian Spa, for example, that does need to be replaced more regularly.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. JP, just going back, we currently spend $1.8 million per year operationally, including, so is it 1.8 or 1.5? So this is going to be in addition to that, and then it's going to be an ongoing, let's say, $2 million in round figures.
Councillor, off the top of my head, what I think when we referred to the 1.8 is the 2 previous financial years, because we made significant use of security and mobile patrols. Between the mobile patrols and our own Guardians team, we'd pushed that cost up to about 1.8 million. When we presented to you the plan here, we'd taken the foot patrols away and just had the mobile patrol as a service. That is still costing us significantly. So I think we have dropped from probably 1.8, which was the previous year's expenditure, probably down to about 1.3, 1.4. So this probably brings us back up to about 1.8 million.
Yeah, I think that's something we need to keep in mind, given that it's something that we thought that the government or someone else should be paying for, given that we're also assisting police with the CCTV camera network, and they do not contribute to that cost, and also the cost of the new community safety hub. So Yeah, I'd just be reluctant for us to keep on pouring more and more money. I understand the community safety thing, so yeah, I'd probably be looking towards option one.
Just through you, Madam Chair, just sort of clarifying our process. Well, for myself. So out of these options, are we here saying what is our preferred option? Correct? Oh, I suggest we get on with that then.
Sorry, yes, we'll try and make this process as succinct as possible, but we do need an opportunity for any questions so that councillors understand. I would support the comments of Councillor Kaifong, though, as we do have a significant amount of investment currently going in, and keeping it at status quo does still mean there is still $300,000 per year. That's still going.
And that's all I meant.
Yeah.
So if we are going to have a corridor, let's be thinking about which option we're supporting. Got it.
Councillor Kiriopa.
So I've just got a process question as well. Can we go back to the following slide, please?
Previous one.
Sorry, the previous slide. Oh, the first slide, I guess. I'm trying to understand the relationship between, I guess, the first page, which had a whole, I guess it's before this. This is the first one? Oh yeah, no, it must be. I'm trying to understand, you've got all of those things and then we're being asked to decide on just one section of it, so all of the rest is decided. I mean, I just had questions about the cost of trolleys. There's no numbers beside that, and you know, I'm always interested to know why are we still paying for trolleys and not putting that back on the supermarkets. But that's obviously not something that we'd be discussing in terms of this. We're just focusing on...
Maybe just to help you out, Councillor, we're trying to talk about next year. So this is proposals to go into the long-term plan commencing, 1 July of next year. Your comment around trolleys is really valuable, and we have introduced this one where the big four are picking up theirs, but there is a number of other shops that have trolleys, and we've still been collecting those. The cost has dropped, but we're now looking to instigate a process of trying to charge them for our work in collecting their trolleys and returning them. So I think we've got our this year issues, and I think what you raised is a really important this year issue, and maybe I can traverse some of that in the progress reports over the next sort of few months, so that we can. This is the big rocks or the main key initiatives you're looking at into the next 10 years.
So also, sorry, I also saw the budget, well, council wardens and Māori wardens highlighted, and yet, so that's not part of the discussion either, like how much is going towards those?
So at this stage, what we've got is we've got the coordination role, and we're working with the Māori wardens, so there's no specific additional funding for that. When we get to the community safety discussion, the community grants discussion, that is the place where, if we've got the emphasis we're proposing around safety initiatives, that's where those partnership fundings would probably come through from that. So you're kind of right. This is specifically about the infrastructure investment into the LTP. We've got a current levels of service, and then we've got a community grants, which actually starts looking at our direct relationships with bodies like the Māori wardens, which may be valuable assistance in making sure they're sustainable, and they're also helping us with some wider issues.
So I've got one more question. So in terms of what you're asking us, if you go to the current slide, and you're asking whether or not we want to allocate further funding to install CCTV cameras further out of Central City. I'm just interested as what's the feedback been from those east side locations? Are they asking seriously for that, or is that what we're just thinking they might need? Where's that come from? If the other communities asking for it?
They have been in the past, yes. So a number of communities have either fundraised or sought projects to install cameras themselves, or they've been interested in being part of our network. So there is different, the interest is different in different areas, and I would extend a small caveat. Often the communities who are most keen to have cameras involved are the ones that probably don't necessarily need them the most. So that's part of us doing a more centrally led evaluation of what would be the priorities for camera rollout, and it is that testing and assessing of is this the right thing to do in a particular area with the community support.
So is it important that we have that information before we make this decision?
We would not make it, I suppose what you're saying then is if we can't make a decision, we should be getting feedback if this is a proposal into the community in the consultation document. That's one vehicle. If we were to go out and talk to every single community, we wouldn't have that completed by, so I don't know. I think this is a case of more saying a placeholder. We've got our own network to work on. We have the optionality of working with communities where it's needed as we engage with them over time. That's probably the process we're looking at. If you want all the answers now, then you should not do anything other than status quo, and we bring it back to your next plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Lee, Barker, O'Brien and then Waru.
Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Waru with the process, I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on any of these. Can we not put this out to the public and see what they think? All four options?
Yes, so that's exactly the point, but we need to go out to the public with a preferred option. So there has been a suggestion which I support of the preferred option, keeping funding the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So at the moment, I propose that as preferred option, but we'll continue to take questions. Okay. We have Councillor Barker, O'Brien and then Waru.
Just wondering if you could give us some information about how much money has been spent on rural locations for cameras to date, and how many cameras there might actually be in the rural areas.
Well, I'd have to probably ask Thomas to get that to you. If you'd like that feedback, we probably could gather it up and send it back to you. I think one of the issues we've got with the rural cameras has often been the connectivity, so they might be freestanding or free recording cameras. Anyone involved in the lakes, or I know there's a few in the lakes area. I'm not quite sure in the rural board area what the numbers are. It's all right.
Thank you. I just know that there's been a request from the police force about doing some work in this direction. I just wondered if we had any more information for our councillors to go on, because it feeds into a direction that the police are interested in. Thank you.
Yes, and I agree, and I did hear from the Rural Community Board that they have spent their devolved funding in the previous round on CCTV cameras in rural areas. Yes. I'll just give staff a moment.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't recall the exact number in the rural area, but I think we are currently investigating, I think, Mamaku in a couple of the areas. I recall at the last community board meeting, we did talk about the potential of supporting the Rotorua village with regards to putting one in place. The challenge that we have, and I think the challenge that other people have identified as well, is that when we do put these in place, it's important that they are actively monitored rather than just recorded, because they do therefore have the potential to get vandalised and offer no value. The challenge that we have in the rural area is connectivity, particularly with fibre. I think as 5G improves, and working with equipment providers as to how we can bundle those together, but at this stage they cost generally about $60,000 each to put into place, and the reason why they cost that much is it's depending on power supply and connectivity to fibre, whether you need to put a new pole in, or whether you can attach it to an existing pole, whether that pole has power supply, and then the key critical one is the fibre connection, and so therefore that's the sort of ballpark that we are working with. Because there is a high focus here, and it's probably something that's not on this slide, there is additional pressure now into the IT infrastructure team around supporting this. So as we look to ramp this up and do even more and more of it. You just need to appreciate there is an additional cost with regards to staff resources needed to support this. Plus, as you grow and develop that camera network, eventually it does need to get replaced and renewed. And so as you, like anything, as you grow it, there will be future costs of supporting that as well. I know I didn't quite answer your question of how many are in the rural area, and we'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you. It just helps to give some context because obviously it can be more expensive to install in rural areas sometimes because of connectivity and those kinds of things. I just wanted to shine a light on that. Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, JP. Your Worship, I don't really have a question. It's more, I personally, with all due respect to the councillors who have spoken, all of whom I respect, I'd be looking at more option 3 myself. When we stood for the election, most of us made references about increasing spending or doing whatever we could for community safety. Some people were proposing us paying for policemen, some people were proposing cameras on every corner. For me, I think it's about keeping faith with some of those promises that we made. If we're going to be talking about improving the reputation of Rotorua, it seems a very small amount to me that could have a very large impact. Personally, I don't actually know that cameras will prevent crime. If it was, we would never have a bank robbery and would never have a dairy robbery. But they certainly help in the apprehension and the results of crime. And may I also perhaps just say that in future, with an incoming government, depending on whoever the minister is going to be, certainly the 3 possible incoming parties that may be comprising government have all sort of said that they would be happy to support and help communities with crime. Now, whether that will actually result in a fiscal support, we can't say, but that's certainly something that I hope that we follow up with. And if I get an opportunity, I'll certainly be reminding those people of the promises they made over the election campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Waru, did you have a question? Or is it covered now?
No, just a kōrero. It's $4 a year. It's $4 a year, and for a bit more peace of mind. So I'm in line with Councillor O'Brien. I mean, we just can put it forward, and if it gets kicked back, it gets kicked back by our community. So I'm going to say that I'm more supportive of option 3. So kia ora, that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you for your indulgence, Your Worship. Just had a question going back to the slide before. Talked about SIPTED analysis, SIPTED assessments. Is that still included in what we're looking at doing?
Yes, so that's operational expenditure we're putting forward. So as we go through, and part of that is, as we look at the renewals, for example, in the inner city around lighting, we would also be making sure that we've done the SIPTED assessment about the right placement of lighting. How does that impact on our camera operations? Obviously, we also have things like trees that get in the way of good camera shots and things like that. So all of those assessments of how do you create those safe places for people, but also how do we make sure that they're surveillable in the same vein. So that's all part of our current operations.
And I think Councillor Kiriopa has raised on a number of times about just looking at our actual day-to-day operations and prioritising, this area is the one that's getting more crime, so let's attack this one first. So just, okay, that's cool. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. So we have had 2 suggestions. If you could please flick back to the options. One of option 1, understanding that we spend, I think it's between $1.7 to $1.8 million on community safety a year already, and the 300,000 will be in addition every year, or that option 3, that this is a top priority for our community and for our council, and $4 seems reasonable for that. So what I'll do is just request a show of hands for option 1, and then a show of hands for option 3, please. So first of all, option 1. Option 3. So that is equal, tied. So normally in a tie, the chair does have a casting vote, and that casting vote usually is to stick with the status quo. So I propose that, actually, is there any further discussion that anybody needs on this? Yeah.
I take on board what Councillor O'Brien is saying, but I think I'd like to think we've come a reasonable way in progressing community safety over the last 12 months. The question I have is, what is the catalyst for, or what are the measures of success? You know, we're going on gut feel and community feedback, but where do the crime statistics fit in this? And at what point do we say we've spent enough, or maybe we need to go back the other way? What's the performance of central government and keeping their promises for the communities throughout the nation? And what worries me, are we saying that we would spend this money for 10 years? Is that what we're saying? 300,000, so it's $3 million on CCTV cameras for option one?
I think that's where the granularity is important. I would suggest that this is a 3-year focus. If we come back to some of the ambitions we had around that community safety strategy, is that we've had significant impact over the next 3 years.
So
That was my understanding.
yeah. So 3 years. Yeah. But what are the measures of success, and how do we make a educated decision? Given the good work that we've done, I think, as a council, and then what central government will do around upping its law and order promises. So I think status quo I'm comfortable with, given we've made progress.
Thank you. And just bear in mind, and thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Brown, but bear in mind that this is to go out for consultation, and we could very well have it come back for the final decision. Because it is tied in, that is quite unusual. I'll just double check, Una, sorry, or if we could seek some advice. So if we go out with a preferred option, when it goes to the consultation document, is it preferred option and then lists what other options will be, or just the preferred option? Okay, so yes, so we could propose for the other option to be there, and yes, please, if that's okay. I'm just thinking, given that it was so close, I'm happy to do a casting vote to do status quo, but perhaps what we could do in this case is there may not be a preferred option, it could just be the two. But I'll get clarification, because we do want to give some guidance to the community, and I don't want to be in a case where every single proposal is here's all the options as opposed to preferred.
No, well, before Una starts, Madam Chair, if I could, I take on board your kōrero, Greg, Councillor Brown, and tika tonu. But I just think, this is over a 3-year period, and over a 3-year period, we might actually be able to get a bit of data together to actually show if the impact's there. I know the government don't go into funding cameras. Might be, hopefully, if the kōrero tika, our police force will grow. But I still think, in terms of matching in with the other things that we've identified as priorities, tourism, CBD, I think, $12 over 3 years is not all that much to ask. So I'm still of the option number 3, and it is a priority. And if it can help make our CBD and our cities feel a bit safer, well, hey, $12 well spent.
Thank you. I'll just get Una to give us some advice. I have politely been reminded I didn't count my vote. So actually, if we were to do on majority, it would have been option 1 anyway, without requiring a casting vote. But we'll just get some advice from Una on this. Yes?
I actually abstained. As I said, I don't have a strong opinion, so that would bring us back down to 10.
Oh, sorry, maybe I did count right. Any additional thoughts, or do you think we'll stick with the...
So I'm going to suggest that maybe you do have maybe another round of conversation and sort of look to where we can get direction from you on a majority direction. What we're seeking from you today is a direction on what you would like to see modelled in a draft LTP. That will then need to come back to you as a, is that acceptable? Is it affordable? And you may need to then make some trade-offs once you've gone through all of these proposals between what you actually will go out and consult on and what you won't. So we need to step through this process, and by getting a majority direction from you today, it allows staff to hone in on which, at this point in time, is a preferred option. And then if at the end of the process, when you've been through all of the proposals and then you see the draft LTP come back to you and you go, yes, we can live with that, this is the plan we're going to go out and consult on. In your CD, if we take this one as an example, you would have your preferred option laid out, which would then show the community what that means in terms of a rates impact. And alongside it, it would show 2 or 3 other viable options on which the community can come back and say, actually, yes, we agree with your preferred option and that's what we want to see going forward, or no, we prefer option 2. Or even have an alternative one. And that's where, with that feedback, you'll then make a final decision on what goes into your LTP. So I hope that helps.
And through you, Madam Mayor, just give you an update too, because Thomas gave me a look of, are you sure? The current year's budget was 1.8 million. And we've actually added on with the 3 operators, the coordinator. So we're probably now at probably 2.2, 2.3 million in an activity that probably we should not be spending that much money on. So we are already significantly investing in community safety across our community. So it's probably, this year we'll probably end up at 2.2, 2.3 million.
It does.
No, you had the
with
vote. You had the vote, didn't you?
Pardon?
You had the vote.
Yeah. So we'll go with the preferred option of 1, understanding that it will come back and we could get other feedback. And within the consultation document, I hope that it is presented with the further information of what we already do in community safety. This is just one proposal to consider adding. Thank you.
Okay, and I just had a note passed to me too about cameras, just for your information. Mamaku, Kaingaroa, Nakuru, Akaraka, Nongataha and Okiri Falls have cameras. Councillors, this was an interesting one. So obviously, as a Tier 2 council, you've heard this a million times from me before, we are required to do some long-term planning around capacity for growth. And in that capacity for growth is obviously a 30-year view of it, and a lot of projections are required to go into that, with the aim of achieving a well-functioning urban environment. So that's the trade-offs of a whole bunch of things about how much is greenfield, how much is infill, how much is redevelopment, and those transitions over time. So that was really the focus for the last couple of years as a requirement under that National Policy Statement on Urban Development to create that strategy. So we've now been right through to a point of having had our hearings on submissions, and the members of our current council who are part of that joint committee have got one more meeting before they confirm a deliberations report to come back to you seeking some decisions around the FDS. So an important part for us then is to say, okay, well that's the strategic planning document. Where does that go? So that strategic planning document in a joint action plan starts giving us some direction around what we should be doing within our district plan. So that's the delivery side of it. So whilst you have your strategy, and we used to talk about it with spatial plans, you have blobs on maps. We've got a little more sophisticated than blobs on maps now to say, okay, the next level is to start looking inside that. So there's been a number of residential areas identified, but probably critically when you start looking across the needs within our district plan, it is over 10 years old or 10 years old close to 10 years old, which is when you're meant to start reviewing your district plan. We're very much taking a view that this has to be a rolling review of our district plan. There is still elements of research and analysis that have come back through processes like the PC9, Regional Council, NIWA, GNIS have come back and sort of said, look, there needs to be a lot more monitoring work done around things like geothermal and gas emissions from our geothermal fields as they relate to residential. So really important. Natural hazards have been quite a key element, and the flood risks. So there's work that needs to be done jointly with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council about updating our natural hazards, so the other parts, earthquake faults, soft ground liquefaction risks, but also the flood risks. So additional work that needs to be considered, and that needs to inform updates into our district plan. Then, of course, getting to the business end of land availability and that capacity. Obviously, there's been a number of changes proposed through PC9, which gives us options, and we've got greenfield areas in Pukehangi, though that's been slow to move, and Whananui. So we do have a number of greenfield areas and infill potential being proposed. The other critical piece that was identified during our housing and business assessment was the deficit we have around industrial land, particularly heavy, and the need to start looking at whether we need to rezone additional areas or certainly support what we currently got to address some of those deficits. I think when you start looking at some of the feedback we had on Plan Change 9 as well, and again, and FDS, it surfaces the critical issue of there is nowhere for us to see that transition of some of the heavy industrial areas that have been captured and encircled or were placed next to residential areas to go somewhere else or to change that status. So that land availability is really critical moving forward. FDS also identifies further greenfield areas if demand requires us to turn on another plan change to keep choice and feasible land available. So again, part of this is to make sure we're not captured by one or two landowners and making sure that there's a diversity of land available for people to develop on. The other critical pieces, and it goes to a well-functioning urban footprint, is what we do with our urban centres strategy. So Orwhata shops, we have urban centres outside of the inner city. Critical discussion there is how much that balance between allowing things to come out of the inner city or to build up our urban centres. So timing is a pretty critical discussion there. And then, of course, our rules around our commercial zones themselves. So there's a number of pieces of work that we would expect to be programmed into the next sort of 5 to 7 years for us around looking at what's critical and what we need to look at it to adjust for the city's growth or development, but also make sure that enables jobs and housing options and choices. Now, one of the things that's come through quite strongly is the view that certainly from some stakeholders that we should be going slower. We've got our FDS, we should only be considering 1 or 2 sets of plan changes, if that, because they were really waiting to see the transitional arrangements around the Strategic Planning Act and the Natural and Built Environment Act, which is an intention of a 7-year transition. Certainly the parties that are coming together to potentially form our government are looking at repealing that legislation. So as far as I was concerned, I really wanted to only present one option to you, which was we probably need to maintain the current level of funding so we have the options to respond from that FDS Joint Action Plan and pivot whichever way policy goes around the RMA or making sure that we've got the capacity in place for growth. If it's not required, it won't be used, but we certainly need to make sure that we've got that level of planning capacity there to undertake the work. So the one option I had put, and obviously you may have an alternative option, was to maintain the current level of funding within the policy team.
And sorry, what is that level of funding roughly?
There's a team of 6, 5, and about $900,000 worth of available funding for consultants and for reports to be undertaken. So close to 1.2, 1.3 million in total per annum.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. JP, could I ask, is there a danger if we maintain current funding as opposed to looking at possible increases? Is there a danger if something happens to one of your team members, they leave, they find another job, promotion, blah, blah, blah? I'm a little bit concerned with all the hard work that you've done on the FDS and other things. Are we not running a little bit of a risk here if something happens that we might be caught behind? Because I'm always hearing from people putting in resource consents, it takes so long, I wish it was a faster process, blah, blah, blah. Are we in some danger here that if we don't look at, an increase, we may be left behind? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We actually have been running, I would say, an understrength policy team for the last few years. And I think it's a credit to the people you've seen in the workshops and a credit to them that they've been out in the community doing the kind of engagement that they have over the last couple of years around the FDS and Plan Change 9. I have transferred internally a staff position to that team so we can do a +1 in there, but we would be continuing to do what we currently do, which is rely heavily on external consulting grunt to give us that extra capacity and bandwidth. That also gives me that protection for staff turnover, but at the moment with a +1 I think we've got ourselves a potentially solid team. Yes, there's always that risk, but with the relationships we have with some key consultants who help us through this work, I think we're in a pretty good place.
Councillor Peterson.
Just with the efficiencies that we've got with one council, when the bugs are finally ironed out, will this help?
I think we're talking two things here. So the One Council is a tool that's really important to the consenting department and the resource consenting department and the building department in my areas. The policy team is sort of the people who sit on the side and actually take that longer term view of working on the wider plan. So they don't really touch One Council at all. They more likely use our electronic document management systems and things like that. So they're not in One Council system.
Any further questions on this? Yep, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you for your indulgence, Your Worship. Thank you. JP, could I just ask, obviously with the change of government, no matter what that looks like, what's going to be, if they do bring, and I'm going by some of the statements that they've made around, main roads, etc. like that, are we still in a good place now to accept a change? If it's a fairly advanced change, are we still in a good space to be able to adapt and, monitor how that affects your FDS and growth plans? Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to say yes, and I think I've got some confidence that the thinking that's gone into the preparation of the future development strategy is good planning for the long term. And so on that basis, I think it gives us a certainty around what's developable, what should be phased. That really helps the 30-year infrastructure strategy, but it also gives us a chance to appropriately pick up changes. So if there's an emphasis on extensions of greenfields as a government direction, then we know what areas should be phased in that process. If there's a change around density requirements or options around density requirements, we have the options to say we can compensate that by doing this, this and this. Obviously everything comes at a cost, but it actually gives us the flexibility. So one of the things around that's a current thinking head at the moment, but if there was major policy changes, we've got the capacity and the team that can pivot to whatever direction we've got, off a good, sound, long-term growth plan.
Thank you. There appears to be no further comments, fairly straightforward. We'll take one more proposal before we break for lunch, and I understand Councillor Barker may need to leave us at 1 o'clock, but she'll return.
Councillors, look, one of the things we've got in a bit of a challenge, and you heard it from when I did the first workshop to you. I sort of said we had a destination management plan that had been prepared sort of in and around that COVID period. We had a city group that came together with a whole bunch of proposals and initiatives which they thought would revitalise in the city. We had an inner city revitalisation plan that was a number of years old, and we'd actually embarked on using DCA, Darrell Church Architects, to do a review of something like 20 years worth of strategies and objectives around our inner city. So we had that kind of work come together, and for us, that gave us the option to confirm an integrated sort of inner city strategic framework, which basically just made sure that what was the consistent parts of what we needed to do around the inner city. That was tested with some of the key iwi trusts across the city, but also was tested with the Chamber of Commerce, who were really supportive of it. Their comment was, get on to the next level, and that's really this piece here about saying we want to move towards a master plan. However, you have justifiably asked several times that we actually take a step back and present all of that to you. So one of the sort of areas I'm caught with is, at the moment, staff can go away and can identify a whole basket of initiatives that could be done with a heavy expenditure, light expenditure, or huge expenditure, and could be phased across the 10 years. I suppose the key piece here is the logic and whether that meshes with your views of the inner city's development. So probably my question there is, we probably need to spend some time around saying, do we need to take that separately and have a conversation about inner city direction, so you can get a feel for where those elements have come from, and really make a judgment about saying, well, what kind of initiatives then support that and what can we afford? And probably the what can we afford probably goes to my second bullet point there, which for me was this question around really, and Stavros and Thomas have been quite clear about identifying, we need to be really clear about our renewals. So one of the things I think is really important for us is to make sure we have a clear view of what renewals are available or should be applied to the inner city. So at the very least, there's some opportunity to refresh the look, get some consistency in some of the assets we already have. There's certainly 4 or 5 different types of rubbish bins, there's 4 or 5 different types of seating, there's 4 or 5 different types of lights. So as you go through those renewals, as things need to change, we get the opportunity to do this SIP-TED assessment, to put the lights in the right place, to get some consistency around it. And I think equally we need to start looking at our levels of service around parking, and the quality of the parking experience, street cleaning, graffiti gardens, activations, all of those things, safety. So all of that becomes operational costs that also feed into the, so it's not just about capital expenditure, it's about that levels of service and those renewals we need to bring into the inner city. So again, that's another leg to this conversation we should probably have, and I think for the inner city it probably deserves a separate kind of conversation. It's a priority that you've identified, so I think it probably deserves a bit more of a deep dive. And obviously we've got some legacies of underinvestment. We often build projects and the maintenance of it, or the views of is this a easily maintainable investment, and can we keep it to the same quality, is really important. So I think that's critical for us, and the appearance and the attractiveness of the inner city. So at the very least, that's a critical underpinning of the attractiveness of the inner city. So I would hope if we get the chance to talk more about where the plans have come from, what your ideas are, that will help us flesh out in more detail this master plan, which then should give us the focus for what we should be putting into the long-term plan. And maybe that's where we have to think about the phasing of it across the 10 years. So maybe it's not a year one. We've got some basics of the levels of service and the maintenance and the appearance of the assets we should be investing in. So we actually get a bit more time to be planned about some of the interventions, because we want to see the impact of that public investment. And obviously also, and I haven't forgotten, your priorities when you talked about inner city was also Fenton Street. So again, the kind of interventions that can be done on Fenton Street are equally important in sort of the thinking. So I've kind of traversed there. So we do know, or we have got thoughts of a number of different projects or initiatives that go to public realm upgrades, safety enhancements, so not just cameras or lightings, but equally things like crossings of roads. One of the things that had come out of that inner city framework was that strengthening of Tūtanakai as our high street, and of course it's a high street that's pedestrianised nicely within its blocks, but as you cross some of those main roads that bisect it, it's not quite so user-friendly. So some of those areas that we looked at were things like safety enhancements. There's been the retail study, so we're getting back our retail study report. Again, that should drive some of our thinking about key crossing points, potentially with the mall or between different sides of the road, or at the upper end of Tūtanakai versus the lower end of Tūtanakai. And equally, there's another piece of work which I'll traverse later on, was this wayfinding signs. So during COVID, we received funding on the back of the destination management plan to do a bit of a strategy about bicultural signage, so wayfinding signage. So there's a specific project that sits there, almost orphaned within this wider context of what we need to look at in the inner city. And then separate to that, we've talked about previously markets and other activations which are critical to the CBD. So that's the soft bits about making a place vibrant, busy. I can't remember what the words were when you were talking about your outcomes, but that vibrancy, effective vibrancy as opposed to negative vibrancy, and making the CBD again an effective destination. And then Fenton Street, again, what are the treatments that we can do on Fenton Street to start setting a direction of where it should go? So really important parts. So if you don't mind, Your Worship, I suppose I had the next bit, which was two particular projects that have sit there, but I don't think should be considered without having a conversation about the wider part. So the first one was, I think I've got the... So we put up a piece here of saying, look, if we just focused at one end on just doing the master plan, work with you, do that master planning, that's an important first step, and maybe that's all that should appear in this LTP for the first 3 years, other than looking at some of that renewals and looking after what we currently have. And alternatively, you can spend any amount under the sun into a CBD or into the public realm, and it's how long's a piece of string. So between the staff's thinking of modest versus high, there's a lot of difference there. I suspect probably it's not worth having that kind of conversation about your preference yet, because I think probably, Your Worship, if you don't mind, I think the key here is whether there's a desire to have a separate discussion about some of those plans and where they've come from and why they're there, and then that gives us a chance to dive into a discussion around individual projects or not.
Let's ask a question just around timing. Given that I'm mindful we've got this process with the LTP, so to insert more workshops and have more time to sort of deeper dive into how we might potentially spend 18.75 million is a totally different discussion altogether, and also mindful of the previous slides that have been presented about the stuff that's already in progress, that we've got probably little room to manoeuvre in terms of adding a whole lot of additional borrowing, so that if we were looking at phasing potentially like continuing pieces of work, but if we were to do major capex, it would not fall probably till year 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So is it realistic then for us to keep on momentum in the CBD and Fenton Street with option 1, but knowing that potentially in the next LTP, once all of those pieces of work and that deeper dive into what the projects would look like would then give sufficient time, rather than us trying to do that deeper dive now?
Councillor, I think that's an extremely good idea and probably absolutely realistic. You don't have a lot of bandwidth at the moment. I suppose the critical element here is the importance of the CBD, and I think you've all heard it, and the Chamber of Commerce have said it, and you've reflected it as well. So I suppose in doing that, which I think is extremely logical, get your plans right, it is that question about making sure the other investment in those renewals discussion is able to at least start looking at what we need to do within the CBD to make sure we are properly looking after what we currently have. So that would probably be my only pushback in that kind of question.
So the follow-on question would be, if we lift those levels of service, ensuring that we're using the renewals budget appropriately, that will actually give us that change in the CBD just immediately in terms of how it looks and feels whilst we do this wider piece of work. So
yes, would be my answer, yes.
Yeah, so there's no additional funding if we were just to lift those levels of service. It's kind of reallocation or re-ring fencing of that funding from the renewals budget?
Look, I think if we properly make sure that the CBD depreciation and renewals budget was identified, I think it would have an impact. There's generally taken as a global set of funding which does follow the renewal priorities. If you were to turn around and go, hey, there's a separate category of the inner city, I think it potentially may have an impact on the overall renewals number. I'm looking across at Thomas just to confirm that, but I would suggest that we just got to be careful that we don't, that there is a bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul. So there might be a case of in the global roading network, for example, if we petitioned off a piece for the inner city, that may have implications for where the first priority would normally go. So I think there potentially is an implication there. Getting a kind of, yep.
You have a question? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if we go through the little things that we can do within our budget, like Councillor Kaifong mentioned, and the changing of the designation of Amoho Street from what it is now to a more user-friendly street instead of having trucks rocketing down it being a state highway, all of those little incremental changes then lead to the LTP in 2027, by which time we will have a proper plan for the future and hopefully some money actually left to spend. Is that kind of what you're suggesting?
Yes, I would, though, bravely say that the revocation of the state highway investment in that corridor is not little. That's a very significant one for Waka Kotahi and to see that one carried forward. So that's major. What I'm suggesting is things like if we took a renewals perspective and we went through and tried to standardise the current rubbish bins, we tidy up some of the gardens that we currently have. We've got beautiful road, tulips here, and then some pretty average inner city gardens next door to it. There's some service level stuff we could look at, and then again looking at our seating renewals, our lighting renewals. Yeah, I think they would definitely lift the inner city.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
So I agree with the concept and where you're going. It makes perfect sense to me. I agree with Councillor O'Brien and Kai Fong where they're heading with this. So that's not a surprise, is it? Patterson. Did I say it again? What did I say? There we go. Sorry. Beg your pudding. The question I have is, will the lighting or seating or the planters head us in a direction to the master plan? Like, are we heading in a direction, or do we make some inadvertent make some changes and then go, oh, actually, that's not the look and feel that we want? I think we need to go to a design that we're happy with.
Look, I think that goes to making sure that, we don't instantly just go, option number one of the three types of rubbish bins was best. I think you're right. It does go to taking our time with the master planning, but we do need to make sure we've got the funding there, even on a renewals basis, to make sure we can actually do something. But you're absolutely right. The last thing we want to do is continue an ad hoc approach to investment. And there's a really neat opportunity if we take it in a coherent master plan, understanding our designs and our expectations, that we actually build a really good coherence across the CBD, which I think depending on which part of town you walk into, does not necessarily exist.
Councillor Waru, followed by Kiriopa and then O'Brien.
Kia ora, te manukura. Thanks, JP, for your kōrero. Nothing worse than having a strategy and then having no money to actually do anything with the strategy. I do. Option 2 has focus on the Tūtānakai spine upgrades, but when I'm thinking about the reputational stuff as well, we do need to look at Fenton Street as well. So I'm taking that's the option 3 covers the lot. Is that correct?
Yeah, option 3 started to do, look, again, they're just placeholder numbers. So the staff had come up with a couple of initiatives and a couple of ideas and just put some numbers, start getting to that outer limit. So again, the financial feasibility of that, whilst it looks like it's a very specific number, it's more a case of saying, here's some potential initiatives, what are we worth, what's the impact of them, and that's where we get these sort of high-level numbers. I think that there's a long leap for you from understanding what you want to achieve as a master plan initiative that appeared over the last few years from the DCA report, from your confirming whether you like that strategic framework or not, through what we've done from the knowledge of staff, by a bunch of interventions and put together some numbers at this stage. So there is a long gap between, I think, where you guys would probably want to make sure you've got an understanding of a master plan to a number that we would produce for initiatives.
Thank you, JP. Just what is our current CapEx budget for this?
Oh, for the annual budget. I'm sort of rip you through there.
Thomas?
For this year, I think it's close to $120 million.
Okay, kia ora. So, okay, no, that's now the $77 per annum. That's a bit more steep than my $4, the last one, and $52 per annum. But is that because it's a mix of capex and opex?
Yes, that's correct. And there's a substantial
funded differently.
You know, potentially, if you just kind of if we put on the table a whole bunch of initiatives that staff think support those, strengthening the spine, increasing pedestrian access, doing better lighting, the whole range of projects that have been knocked around, that's a lot of borrowing. So that's a lot of investment. And I think it's making sure that we're at the right climate point to say, where's the return on investment? We need to have a thriving, attractive city. Is that the best bang for your buck? I would probably suggest is looking after what we've got well, actually working on activations and promotion of the city would probably be the cheaper, valid options in the short term. One of the things that we put, and it's on the next couple of slides, and it may not be worth talking to at this point before we disappear for lunch, was things like, previously we've invested significantly in East Street. We need to, it's time to tidy up, refresh East Street. Renewals are really critical to make sure that's looking as effective and good as it should be. There's also some design problems with that about rubbish collection, great rubbish collection, I'm fixated on it, and delivery trucks. And of course, the other bit is we've invested significantly on the lakefront, but actually we haven't properly